Hey, what's going on? Hey, this is part 3, conservatism, and I like to talk about something. This is like the final and last part. I want to address this issue. In this part right here is what I've seen something lately. You got a lot of people talk about a lot of stuff, like, but I want to address it because I remember Tommy and VA was talking about it over at supposed to talk about it over at X, right? This shit right here is just so fucking annoying. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When I look at that, we're done, and then what's gone, degenerate salute. And when we talk about real things, but motherfuckers is just so dumb in its proper context, and we're just gonna be like, the educational part. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on that part. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We got playlists for days. I'm gonna play this part. This is the last I'm gonna do on this shit right now. Cause let's see. What's going on? I am listening. Salute, salute. I know people are not gonna talk. It's gonna be a segment. It's gonna be very long because I know people's busy everywhere else in streams and be like, woo, what's going on? But this is gonna be one of those segments of like that. So I'm gonna talk about it. I'm going to expound on what I'm going to say, and then I'm just going to put it in there, and that's just it. And I'm going to play a little something for y'all, because we're going to expound on it. Because this is going to be the part that we're going to have a video, and I'm just going to share this one quick. Okay, part one, we talked about this with Mike V. That was on a weekend last year, and that was on a Sunday afternoon. I think me and SKC, y'all can watch that one. That's like 3 hours long. This is where the fuckery begins. I'm not gonna play a whole lot. I'm just gonna play the beginning and let y'all hear what some of the information and things like that. I might stop it and go in the meat of it and when we start talking. I'm gonna play this right quick. Let's see right here. Yeah, that's like the beginning. I'm gonna put this right here. So, but yeah, but everybody should look at it from this angle. So, when you have some of the things, you understand that part two. I mean, we had a long discussion, but I think I had the court gesture in this one, but we're not gonna pay him no mind. We're not gonna pay him no mind. So, as what I'm saying, part three is going to be one of those things that you're going to be a part of. So, you look at things from that integral perspective, but I'm not going to worry about what's going on. Everybody's just hurt by it and things like that. But conservatism too is going to be one of them things, just to put teeter totter over there. So let's see. We're gonna play this, and I'll go on mute for a minute. See what it is. What's going on, people? Yeah, just give me a second. Um, I'm gonna be on mute for a minute, so I'll get started. Got a lot of fucking things going on. Ugh. Now, I think this was on a Tuesday. I think it's Tuesday on that night. So, well, today's Tuesday. This is like part three. So, this is kind of like the part I think I was going to expound on the timeline and things like that. So, I want y'all to know that that was a part of it. So, you know what time it is. So, I know people are just going to look at it and be like, oh, when did he do this? But this is going to be part three. And you're going to find it very interesting that most people are going to get tired of certain things. So, this may not be a long stream. So, don't expect us to be this long because it can be cut short anytime. Okay. So, we're going to have certain things, and we're just not going to say anything in the head. So just a heads up. I'm gonna play the video and then just be like that. Oh dang, Charles gonna yeah, because I might not gonna be long on this one. Y'all gonna get the meat of it and the gist. Cause yeah, man, I'm just gonna see it for what it is, and I'm just gonna play it. So I'm gonna go out and play it. Uh, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, I was back. I had to look up some things, but yeah, back to this and things like that. So, all right, this is part two. I'm gonna read this link. It's on the digital Washington EDU research works. Still talking about conservatism, and we're gonna go to the origins in a minute. Hold on, and let me see my files and my folders for a minute. Let's see others. Conserve. Ugh, man, this is getting wild. Yeah, I'm tripping today, so don't y'all bear with me. Oh, here it is. 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 We're gonna find it right here. Or should I say, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. What is up with these damn ads? God damn. Shit. Enough with the fuck shit, please, people. Shit. Bear with me, please. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Let me go right up here. He's important. I'm gonna read this part. Okay, reactionary or traditional conservatism: the origins and the consequences of the far right movement of 1960s. Okay, the emergence of the Tea Party movement is a reminder that the far right can be a powerful political force in America. Yet scholarship on the far right pales in comparison to work on the left wing social movements. My project examines the far right by revisiting the 1960s, a critical time because of the ideological realignment shapes America today. Scholars explain that the far right movements are motivated by the commitment to retain social prestige, unlike traditional conservatives and sympathizers with the far right are reactionary conservatives who resist social change at all costs. However, work on the far right, reactionary conservatism, especially work focus on the 1960s and falls to place movement in its appropriate historical context, theorize, and subsequently test the theory. My project first grounds reactionary conservatism in the political context of the 1960s. I examined the driving force behind the far right's resistance to social change in relations to the progress of civil rights movement and ever presented Cold War. The ever presented Cold War, my fault for that slip up. Through a comparison of far right literature to mainstream conservative thought, the far right's anxiety towards the social change that stands out. Moreover, an analysis of 1964 national election study data suggests that the anxiety towards the social change goes above and beyond other explanations. To explain sympathy for the movement for our right, sympathy is also a powerful predictor of the political participation. Negative attitudes towards the integration and out-group entropy. And finally, I use panel data to examine the powerful reactionary conservatism over time and to test whether or not the anxiety of the far right is a long-standing stable attitude acquired early life. I found that the reactionary conservatism is an important explanation for political behavior and attitudes in the times of clear social change in years in the future. I'm going to put this in the chat if y'all want to read where I got this from. And I'm just going to put a piece in there so, y'all can go in there. What's going on, Justin Andre? Salute, man. Salute. Peace, Commandante Lou and Tampa Supreme. Yeah, I'm just going to dump this in there. I'll do a part 2 of it. Yeah, just like a little politics into it. So they're very reactionary. And he said, conservatives, what's the difference between the two? We'll put this in here. And a person, we're going to read the difference between, oh, damn, they're showing the J Labs. Get that off my screen. Stop saying it. Not interested in that. Yeah, oh, God. Showing all the mics. Y'all know better than that. Okay, conservatism as a noun, politics, reactionary as an adjective. That means describing what's going on. Okay, so conservative, a person who favors maintain of the status quo, one who opposes change to traditional institutions of their country, a political conservative, a physical conservative, or a social conservative. Conservative as an adjective, cautious. Conservative as an adjective, tending to resist change or innovation. Examples: the Circulum Committee at the university is extremely conservative. Okay, conservative as an adjective, based on the pessimistic assumptions. At a conservative estimate, growth may even be negative next year. As an adjective, U.S. political politics and social science, supporting some combination of physical, political, or social conservatism. Okay, reactionary as an adjective, political favoring a return to supposed golden age of the past. That's reactionary. And here's the chemistry of the adjective, of pertaining to, participating, or introducing the chemical reaction. As a noun, one who is opposed to change, one who is very conservative. They said reactionary conservatives. It's different levels, and they going in. Okay, the physics not comparable. Neither creating nor destroying the given quantity. As an adjective, having power to preserve in a safe or entire state or from law. I think I went in depth on it. I'm skimming through the meat. I was doing the information. Yeah, I'm going to go. It's a lot of read. I don't want to spoil all the details. So basically, I was doing research on it and go in. Where's the part when I play the video? Oh, Barry Goldwater. Okay. This is where the meat of it, and that's just the thing. So I'm gonna get to this part right here. I'm gonna go on mute for y'all. All right. Was not surprising when the summer of 1963, Nelson Rockefeller, a centrist Republican governor from New York, launched a preemptive attack against Barry Goldwater. like we mentioned before in our last stream, Barry Goldwater, a right-wing Arizona senator. As both men were preparing to run for presidential nomination of the Republican Party. But the natural of Rockefeller's attack was noteworthy. If the GOP embraced Goldwater and an opponent of the civil rights legislation, Rockefeller suggests that it would be pursuing a program based on racism, sectionalism, such in the turn towards the elements of Rockefeller saw as a fantastically short-sighted, would be potentially destructive to a party that it had held to the White House for 8 years. Owing the popularity of Dwight Eisenhower, but has been languished in the minority in progress for the better part of 3 decades. Some moderates in the Republican Party thought that the Rockefeller was overstating the threat, but he was hardly alone in his concern. Richard Nixon, the former vice president, who had received substantial black support in his 1960 presidential bid against John F. Kennedy. My fault. Excuse me. John F. Kennedy told a reporter for Ebony that if Goldwater wins his fight, our party would eventually become the first major all-white political party. But the Chicago Defender, the premier black newspaper of the era, concurred that, starting bluntly, that the GOP was an en route to becoming a white man's party. But for the anxiety among Republican leaders, Goldwater prevailed, securing the nomination at the party's convention in San Francisco. In his speech to the delegates, he made no pretense of his ideological intent. Extremism is the defense of the liberty, is no vice, he said. Moderation is the pursuit of justice, is no virtue. He delivered the famous line shortly after the delegates had defeated the platform plank on civil rights. Goldwater crusade failed on November of 1964 when incumbent Lyndon Johnson, he's an incumbent Democrat, by the way, beat him. You know why? Because when Kennedy died, it was him and Goldwater and Lyndon Johnson going at it. But see, people forget about Goldwater history. I've heard of his name before. He lost. And you know how Johnson did. Johnson wasn't good either. So I'm just going to put that out there. He was not great either. Neither one of them were. So it wouldn't make a damn difference. Because racism at that time, my dad was like, in 1964, my dad was kind of like a kid or a teenager at the time. I think he was a teenager at the time in 1964. He was born in 1953. So he remembered all this stuff. We're going to talk about it in the household, but you know what I'm saying. But so many words. But back to, as I'm saying, at this time, I mentioned him before, my Part 1 Conservatism. Check that playlist out. I had SKC and Mike V on the panel. That was a short panel, and we went into it. And I mentioned Barry Goldwater and the history of conservatism. This is kind of like where are they at now? So basically, you just got things right there. So that's just what it is. So I'm gonna read the rest of this. I'll give you this as well. Put this in the chat, and then y'all can have your thoughts and what y'all reading and things like that. Okay, who had become president a year early after Kennedy's assassination, won in landslide 486 to 52 votes in the Electoral College. Nevertheless, Goldwater's ascent was a herald-bringer of the future shape of the Republican Party. We just talked about it in part 1 in our stream, if y'all watched that. He was the standard of the Republican Party, right? He represented the emerging nexus between the white conservatives in the West and in the South, where 5 states voted for him over Johnson. But the reason for the shift was clear. Many white Southern Democrats felt betrayed by Johnson's support of the civil rights. The civil rights movement had learned how to translate grassroots activism into political power. Among government leaders, LBJ was singularly important to the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, and he stood firmly behind the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This is when Malcolm X got assassinated around that time too. It's a rough period. In both cases, he pressed on the white Southern Democrats in the Congress, who had long supported to the racial culture and structures of Jim Crow until the mid-20th century. It was a Republican Party founded a century earlier by Northerners enraged by the expansion of slavery, but the party of Lincoln that looked more favorably upon the rights of Black Americans in 1957. It was a Republican President Eisenhower who deployed troops to intervene on the behalf of the Black students in the School of Integration crisis in Little Rock. Goldwater's rise of proved that the catalyst for change. As the historian Ira Katz Nelson told me, Goldwater opposed the civil rights mainly for libertarian reasons. Here we go again. Nonetheless, it was signed and opened up possibilities for major realignment. The establishment leaders of the GOP were concerned that Goldwater had opened up the party, which barely emerged from the shadows of McCarthyism, to fringe groups on the far right, such as John Birch Society, people whom Nixon referred to as kooks. Robert H. W. Welch Jr., the founder of the society, claimed that the goal of the civil rights movement was to create a Soviet Negro Republic. Y'all done heard this. Let's read that in parentheses again. He society claimed the goal of the civil rights movement was created a Soviet Negro Republic. Interesting. Marcia Barrett, a historian in the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, whose chronicles involving relationship between civil rights and the Republican Party in her forthcoming book, The Politics of Moderation. Nelson Rockefeller's failed fight to save the party of Lincoln. Notes that before Rockefeller issued his broadside, George W. Lee, a Black civil rights activist, businessman, and lifelong Republican, wrote, "The Robert Taft Jr., the Ohio Republican who ran for Congress in 1962, failing significant intervention, Lee said that the Republican Party will be taken over lock, stock, and barreled by the Ku Kluxers." Yeah, the Dixiecrats. We already know about that. The Ku Kluxers, the John Birchers. They said, let's read this again. The Ohio Republican ran to Congress in 1962, but the failing significant intervention, Lee said that the Republican Party will be taken over lock, stock, barrel by Ku Kluxers, the John Birchers, and other extreme right-wing reactionaries. We just read about the reactionaries. I put that in the chat, and this lines up what I'm saying. And there you have it. So we're going to talk about modern conservatism now in the Goldwater. This is important to learn. And we're gonna be fair both sides in the fence, but I'll think about if I do liberalism and then break it down and the history of is American liberal and things like that, good or bad. We'll have a discussion on that one as an open discussion on liberalism, and y'all put y'all thoughts on part 2, because I'll make a 2-part series. Now, libertarianism, that's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna do more research. I got some links on that one and back of what I'm saying, and I'll put it out there. So yet once it became clear that Goldwater could win the nomination, shock at his extremism on number of issues, including the potential use of nuclear weapons, began to morph into the compliance. Taft's behavior was typical of the trend, although his family had long been a mainstay of the Republican Party, but his grandfather had been president, and his father and senator, he endorsed Goldwater. You already know Taft goes the president there. I think the Taft family endorsed Goldwater. That makes sense now. Barrett told me that Goldwater's rise was facilitated by the fact that somewhat moderate Republicans were simply trying to protect their own political prospects. Facts. That's what they was trying to do. Moderate Republicans are really liberal. They didn't want guys like Goldwater to mess it up, but it was going to happen eventually because somebody had to be hijacked. That's, like I said, that's a fascistic move they play. That's politics for you. But in contemporary Republican Party, the resonance is obvious. Mitch McConnell, the party's leader in the Senate has long played this game and despising Donald Trump, but knuckling under to the reality of his immense popularity among Republican voters. At Trump's second impeachment trial, McConnell voted to acquit, but after the vote delivered an exonerating speech about Trump's incitement of the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol and the effort that day to reverse the results of the 2020 election. Days later, when asked whether he would support the Trump if he was nominated by the GOP in 2024, McConnell responded, "Absolutely." The most widely debated political question of the moment is, what is happening to the Republicans? One answer is the party's predicament might fairly be called the revenge of the kooks. The kooks. In just 4 years of the GOP, a powerful 167-year-old institution has become the party of Donald Trump. He began in his 2016 campaign by issuing racist and misogynistic salvos. During his presidency, he gave cover to the white supremacist and reactionary militia groups and the QAnon followers. Trump seizure of the party's leadership seemed a stunning achievement at first, but with time, it seems more reasonable to ponder how he could possibly have failed. There were many pre-existing conditions, and Trump took advantage of them. He took advantage of them. But the combination of the base of stoked by the sensationalist right-wing media and the emergence of kook adjacent figures is so-called Gingrich Revolution of 1994. The Tea Party had redefined the party's temper and its ideological boundaries. It is worth remembering the first candidate to defeat Trump in Republican primary in 2016 was Ted Cruz, who by 2020 had long set aside his reservations about Trump, was implicated in spurring into the mob that attacked the Capitol building. One of the most telling developments of the 2020 contest was rarely discussed in August in Republican National Convention, convened without present a new party platform. The convention was centered almost solely on Trump, but the events, all of which took place in the White House, validated an increasingly suspicion that Trump himself was the Republican platform. Particularly speaking, the refusal to articulate concrete positions spared the party the embarrassment of watching the president contradict them. In 2016, religious conservatives succeeded in getting anti-pornography plank into the platform, only to be confronted by news of Trump's extramarital affair with the adult film performer Stormy Daniels. Now, there would be no distinction between the Republican Party and then the menacing bigotry, belligerence. Okay, I'll read that again. Menacing bigotry, belligerence, misogyny, and narcissism of its singular representative, or consider the events of the past 6 months alone. During presidential debate, a sitting commander-in-chief gave a shout out to the Proud Boys, a far right hate group, and he also refused to commit to a peaceful transfer of power, and subsequently attempted to strong-arm the Georgia Secretary of the State into falsifying the election returns. He and the other Republican officials filed more than 60 lawsuits in an effort to overturn the results of the election. He incited the insurgentists who overran the Capitol and demanded the lynching of, among others, and the Republican vice president. He was impeached for the second time, but then acquitted by the Senate Republicans, fearful of a base that remains in his thrall. But the fact that the behavior is commonplace does not mean it should be mistaken for the behavior that is normal. But that's the character of the current Republican Party can hardly be attributed to Trump alone. And 139 House Republicans and 8 senators voted against decertifying some of the Electoral College votes, even after being forced to vacate their chambers just hours early. On January 6th, a week later, 197 House Republicans voted against Trump's impeachment, despite his having used one branch governors to fomented violence against another. Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the senior of the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach, survived an effort to remove her from her post at the chair of the House Republicans conference, but was censored. I mean, not censored, but censured by her state's party organization. In the House, more Republicans voted against Cheney and then voted against the removal of Muriel Taylor Greene of Georgia and the extremist Trump stalwart and questionometer a promoter. And from her, I guess I went to the meat of the part of the conservatism right here, and I think this is a good part. And I went in depth, so that's like an hour. I showed a little information. See how far that I went. Mike V and all that. Okay, let's get to the Mike V part. Only this part right here. I think he was on here. I don't like that.
Right. Aspect of conservative.
Yeah.
And so, just kind of reemphasizing what you may have covered before, that Goldwater went against Nixon.
All right, here you go.
And that's how he lost. He
right.
Got like 20% of the vote. But he helped shape the movement for what it is today. Because he was not a big advocate of civil rights. Being legislated at the Fed level. He was more of a states' rights type of guy, and that's kind of why he lost, because the momentum was not on his side, which is what Lee Atwater was talking about. You can't just come out saying nigga, nigga, nigga. You got to codify your racism and through policy, and that's how they, kind of moved the movement into a what they call a new right under Reagan. And so you got Nixon at the end of his tenure pushing for marijuana at the highest class schedule, penalizing the black community with his policies. And so that's kind of where the movement began under Goldwater, then into Nixon, and from Nixon into Reagan. The last liberal president that we ever had was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, I want to stop right there because that confirms what I said in the stream, and he talked about the iterations I said in the stream, and just like I said, like when we saw that article, it mentions him in the 60s, the history of what modern Republicans are going through. So it's just like I predicted about what's going to happen in 2022. I'll say 24, the split, and they're in turmoil because they have to adjust to modern society. So this is where we are. And that Goldwater stuff's been around for the past decades during the 9/11 period and things like that. So, it ain't the same, man. I mean, like, y'all can't be preaching this stuff. Y'all got to know the history of it. So that's an important part, too, because I just want to reemphasize and put a Republican spin on it than last time, because it's a reintroduction of what part one was about. I mean, y'all can watch that for yourself because I have it playing on my phone. So, But Mike, you want to say something? I just covered everything wise to part one and part two and expound on the Republican side of it. So
you had a lot of feedback the last maybe 2 or 3 minutes. So
okay.
I'm not sure if you're on a Wi-Fi or.
Nah, it could be. I'll adjust something. Hold on. That's when I had mic problems in audio. If y'all paid attention, it was like a little Borgish. It was like, I'm let y'all continue. Yeah, I'm clear. All right.
Yeah, you good now.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, I had to cover this topic and I had to put a Republican spin on the reactionaries versus conservatives. That's why I'm saying, because you got a lot of dudes that are so reactionary. It's like, I was looking at that. I was like, well, damn, I didn't know that was going on. But, I was looking at those links and I said, man, this is a good one. And
I got another link for you.
Yeah.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me just hold this up real quick. Because I know you were collecting links, so let me just pull these links up real quick.
No, that was my mic. That happens a lot. I have to re-plug it and things like that. When you stream that long, I understand it now. It's similar to it ain't the headphones. I already know what it is.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, here we go, right here. Let me drop this in the back chat right quick.
Okay.
This corresponds with the history, right?
Yeah. Let me see.
I know a lot of people don't like to go back to slavery, but you have to have an origin base of where you're gonna start your history from. So
exactly.
You share your screen with this link too.
Hold on, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. Massachusetts slavery. Yeah. Yep. Hold on. Let me full screen it. Yep. So here we go. The timeline events relating to the end of slavery. 1630, Massachusetts by Bay Colony institutes a fugitive law that allowed the runaways to protect if they can away due abuse by masters. Yep. John Winthrop. Yep. That's a little bit of Boston. Yep. That's right before the revolution. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what me and Justy Andre be talking about on these open discussions. A lot of times people can't stand that, but you got to know the history. Yeah, that's important because that's one thing I love about studying American history and understanding politics, how it works. It's not that new. It's just, it's a little older, but it's new to the other cultures because, America's not that old. It's in the hundreds-year olds, like 200-something years old.
The other link that I gave you before, the timeline, right? You could pass your mouse click over it. It's a more broader perspective on national, but the Massachusetts portion is really important because if you read it down to the bottom, you'll.
I was getting in the meat of the history part of part 2, and I'm glad Mike brought the slavery part. I will talk about this in an open discussion. I might talk about this probably that Sunday, the slavery aspect, and I might bring some bits and pieces. And I'm back with this stream. The whole point is I'm showing you information and links. This is like an hour and in. I'm gonna let this play through because this is Conservatism Part 2. So the time over here is 6:24 Eastern time. So it's almost an hour over here. So we're about to expound. Yeah, I had mic problems. I had problems at the beginning of that was in September of last year, 2021. That'll be a year. It's coming up year, right? This is the part where part 2 was, but the fuckery started in the 3 hours. I'm going to show you the difference. It was a good conversation until then, and then you're going to have a court gesture, and then I'm going to skim through it, and I'm going to drop the video, and then I got some information on the 64 shit. So expound on conservatism. It's very unique what we did is like I did this part in like a part 2. It was like a series. I mean, it was part of the political exercise series, and we did our thing. So you got to understand, at that time, I wanted to do this type of content 2 years ago. And when I self-reflect from 2 years ago until going on the next year, it was fine. It was fun at the time. This is where I was really entrenched with it at the time. I wasn't trying to be an impressed and things like that. What's going on, Third Ward? How you doing? And the things like that nature. So again, this is one of those things that you see what's about to happen in the world. So we got to understand something. In the world of politics, this is showing that what's going on lately in the world. So we can't get upset what's happening. So when Mike V and I was talking about, we was talking about the same old people talk about conservatism all day long. We just expound on things. So the thing I'm going to say is we're going to be mentally prepared what we was going to talk about at that time. But that was a good year. So again, this is one of those years that I feel like at the time, I'm glad I did this. We was going to give y'all information, but we're going to play around this through. Give me some minutes. So I'm just want to touch on this sort of quick. And the reason I'm doing this, I'm just going to set the record straight where I stand on. And it's very few things that we have to be a later bound. So again, this is one of those things that you had to learn which one is which. So me and Mike V had different views on it. And I think it was really come to the same agreement. We can't stand with the fake conservatives, what they try to preach, and we brought up information and things like that. I just bring out facts and what I've researched and where I stand on the Goldwater issue and things like that, because you're not going to see the same fuckery like you're going to see in this stream, because I'm going to bring something different to the table. So, and we'll get on with the stream. So I'm going to done pausing it. I'm going to let y'all hear the rest of this, and I'm going to go on mute.
You'll see what I'm talking about. I think 18. Yeah. So go back up to 18.
What year? 18? What?
1836? 1805. So if you start.
Okay.
1788. Massachusetts declares the slave trade illegal after the incident in which 6 free blacks were kidnapped and sent to Martinique. Governor John Hancock helped secure their release, right? Mm-hmm. So if you can start reading from there, it'll walk you right into that conservative misnomer that is being tossed around in here.
Yeah. So William Lloyd Garrison was born December 10th. Yeah. In New Byport, Massachusetts. Okay. And then there's David Walker's Appeal to the Colored People of the World was published in Boston. Okay. Liberator began publication in Boston by William Lloyd Garrison. Okay. 1831. American Anti-Slavery Society was founded by William Garrison. Okay. He attacked a mob at Faneuil Hall. Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society was founded. Yep. Commonwealth. NABS. John Quincy Adams. Yeah, 1838. A little slavery. It's 1850. The bill also allowed California to enter the Union as a free state. Not surprised, prohibited to slave trade in the District of Columbia, established the Utah and New Mexico territories, allowed them to use the idea of popular sovereignty based on a structure of law, which Southern could recapture runaway slaves in the North and recapture the North to help they capture. This is so true right here. Yeah.
This is so 1850, right? The compromise. The bill allowed California to enter the Union as a free state. It was never a conservative state.
Yeah.
It never was a conservative state. But if you let these people tell you that Larry Elder, he needs to be the governor over Newsom because, California needs to be, it needs to be conservative, it needs conservative leadership, it's too far to the left. Well, California was always at the left.
Always been the left. Yeah.
What are they talking about, right? So
historically, yeah.
Yeah. But passed a stronger fugitive slave law in which Southern which southern states, it should say southern states, could recapture runaway slaves in the North and require the northern states or the Northerners to help in their capture. So when did conservatism take place for Black men? It surely wasn't the 1850s.
No,
it wasn't the 1860s. But if you keep reading, then you'll see.
Yeah, I haven't seen none so far. Citizens of Massachusetts raised money by Anthony Burns from Virginia Master. Massachusetts enacts personal liberty laws. These are called for prohibition of the state of officials assisting and capture or return of fugitive slaves. These were designed to go against fugitive slave law of 1850. Okay. So then here comes 1860 with Lincoln. Yeah, that's a whole. In 1861, Confederate forces bombed Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, which is the start of the Civil War. Yep, that's how it is.
Actually, 1855 and 1856 is really critical.
Yeah, they are. So you're talking about the money of Anthony Burns. They're very critical. And then you talk about Charles Summers was attacked. Yep. Sumner. Oh, my fault. Sumner. My fault.
Yeah.
And Preston Brooks of South Carolina. Okay, so it happened after he delivered his crime against Kansas speech. Yeah, that's critical right here. Mm-hmm.
Right, but why were they physically fighting? The white conservatives were trying to maintain slavery.
Yeah, they were.
Right?
Yeah,
but if you let people in this space they'll tell you that conservatism has nothing to do with slavery. In fact, it has everything to do with slavery, because Charles Sumner, who was the, I forget what position he had at the time, but because they have a big tunnel here named after him, the Sumner Tunnel. He helped facilitate the first U.S. passport for a Black man in the state of Massachusetts. And so the first U.S. passports that were given out were given to freed slaves or freed Black men to allow them to travel and not be captured by their colonial masters, their slave masters.
Right.
And so a lot of people are trying to make it seem like, oh man, Black men were just walking around conservative. Not really, bro. They were trying to really destroy the system. I mean, the anti-slavery society was founded by these people. And so that's a very leftist institution, and Black men have always been on the left. Historically, they have always been on the left. Go back to the 1800s, like we're seeing right now. They've always been on the left. They have never walked around, like Wyatt Earp with pistols on their hip, like, I'm a conservative. No, that never really happened.
No.
1854, 2,000 federal troops as over 50,000 Bostonians lined the streets from his jail in Long Wharf, which is not too far away from me. Long Wharf is the port in Boston by the Federal Reserve. Burns was transported back to Virginia, but these people were raising money to free him, right? So where was the conservatism in all of this? What were they conserving at this point if they didn't have any freedom? If the Southern slave masters, who were trying to conserve their place within the Confederacy, which was based off of a white supremacy ideology. If you look at the Constitution, which is something that you actually should bring up, is the Confederate Constitution.
Yeah,
it was all structured around subjugating subjugating Black people, especially Black men.
Okay, let's look at this right here. Documents, Civil War. Yeah, nursing duty. Oh, damn, this is over. Let me save this. I'm going to put this in a special bookmark. I got to keep that. I might use it for something. If anybody wants to challenge it, wants to read this right here. And the 5 kind questions for teachers. Oh, wow. Okay, the 54th. Oh, that's an old document.
The 54th Regiment.
Mm-hmm. I don't see no conservatism in this at all. No,
Massachusetts was always a progressive state from the onset.
Yeah, it's always have been. Yeah, because I know
first ones to end slavery and the ones to actually write the Constitution as we know
and
it today.
people don't understand that they need to read the stories about during the revolutionary times. At that time, the Boston Neck and all that. If you knew the history of Boston, it'd tell you that, this stuff right here is accurate as well, because they don't teach this stuff at all. I wish there was more context in books like that, but most people will look at it and say, oh, I thought it was good. Conservatism is a new thing. That ideology in other cultures has been there, but in this country, it's kind of fairly new. If you're talking about Goldwater, you have to go by the 1964, his standard of what you would say conservatism like that. Now, Marcus Garvey, his is a little different. It's more of
he was a black nationalist.
Yeah, in a way.
Pan-Africanist, actually. He was a Pan-Africanist. He believed in unifying all black people to preserve black people's place within society.
Yeah.
Right. So his black conservatism centered around moving black people away from white people in a way that would actually galvanize their labor and organize them in a way that makes them more effective. The conservatives in this space are only talking about getting away from the Democratic Party and going to the Republican Party that they have no voice in to begin with. That makes absolutely no sense. These ideas that California is just too left, right? California was born on the left. That's just the way the state was founded. Texas is a red state, not because they're conservative, but because of their origins as a slave-holding state in their annexation from Mexico, because Texas was Mexico prior to 1846. But a lot of these jokers won't tell you that, because they'll have you believe that Texas is just this big conservative state and everybody's just walking around as a conservative, and that's not true. Governor Abbott is not this huge conservative that he makes himself out to be by instituting abortion laws. If you really want to talk about Texas conservatism, Texas is not really, what they're saying that it is. It's actually just a last slave-holding state.
Yeah.
No, but make sure you bookmark that. So.
Yeah, I already did. I won't use it for something else. I won't use it. I won't use it in an open discussion, because that way we can confirm what's what. And if they want to know about proper liberalism, I'm gonna be fair on both sides. But some people, it's a question when I do that one. I ain't gonna go in on hard because there's no need. You're in a country that's, and it's just like BGS expounded on it, and then why they love it so much. It could be positive, negatives on that one. Some people may disagree, whatever, but I have no issue with it because that's just this country's makeup. It's hard to change that. It's like what Wacky said about cousin with the Haitians and the revolution. He said, you can't change something and people are accustomed to. He said the same thing with the feminism thing. Him and BJ went back and forth on that. They had like a classic debate, and it brought down their differences. But people in the space said, we need to get rid of this. No. That's a hard feat. Most men ain't capable of doing that. Instead of alone learning about politics stuff, you should not even worry about it at this point. This right here is like the main piece you learn, and then you get on the other things, because people will say stuff and not doing research. That's the problem. It's good to read books on different things, but you got to structure it right. Like I said in that part 1 of conservatism, I'm trying to reintroduce Barry Goldwater again, because that's new. It's old, but it's new to modern society, because it's old in a way, but it's fairly new. Because if you go by historically, the concepts always exist, but it never worked in this country because you knew it was going to be founded by the left anyway, because it's nothing you've never seen before. Now they're dealing with problems now. How you going to maintain it? Because now you got to find a solution for it. But we got the solution is some people say technocracy. I talked about the 4th Industrial Revolution on this channel. I think I did a stream on that, and it broke down. Yeah, the technocracy part. The future of the 4th Industrial. Tech and everything's changed, and people ain't used to. And now they were trying to bring this conservative stuff. That ain't gonna work because y'all
technocracies go back to the 1930s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, you can't use conservatism nowadays because they would have had a chance. Here's what I would say. They would have had a chance like the early 2000s or late 90s if they really want change. If Goldwater did something, the problem was they was dealing with racism and civil rights, and he was anti that. And then the blacks had their own minds made up. We're not going to go backwards. You know what I'm saying? Because they felt like that ain't going to work for you. Now, yeah, you had your conservatives, but it wasn't enough, you know, but they have to understand you was raised in a liberal country. I hate to say that, but, you know, you got to accept that, you know, if you want to have different beliefs, that's cool. But what I just read, I'm like, you know, that's factual, which I ain't against it. You know, that's what y'all believe, whatever. But, you know, some people need to just calm down with the conservative talk because a lot of times it's no need at this point. Y'all had your chance. I would say like 2000, the late 90s, y'all would have did something and add rights and learn the history. But since y'all don't want to acknowledge Barry Goldwater and Lee Atwater, this is important because that's a good piece of y'all history, you know. But I've yet to see a black leader that became conservative and represent that Republican Party, except for Michael Steele, but they kicked him out. Me and my dad joked about it. He laughed about how they kicked him out of that party, man. I was like, well, damn. And
Rush Limbaugh got him kicked out. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Got him kicked out, and he ain't even respected like that, you know. But that's one of the people in the space don't talk about because Michael Steele, he had that chance. I mean, like I said, y'all had the early part of 21st century. That's when they could have made a move, but Obama came in there and changed that and joined Democratic side. So you know how that goes, but you know, it's
that was Rush. I mean, Michael Steele's place was to be an answer to Obama's Obama's candidacy to the White House, right? So Michael Steele was supposed to be the guy to reorganize the party so that it looks, you know, a little bit more melanated and more diverse. He was supposed to be the guy to carry the torch forward. And then you had somebody like a racist person like Rush Limbaugh come in and torpedo that whole campaign and get him out of there. And then in 2012, when Romney goes up against Obama and they lose, they figure out by the census that the demographics are changing in a way that the Republicans would never be able to win in the future. And then Trump comes along, and that's where Trump took advantage of the vulnerability of the party itself. And so the evangelicals got behind Trump against the rest of the Republicans, the rest of the conservatives running in the primaries, and that's how Trump came to power. And so it's important to understand that part of the history, that the Republicans were losing their grip on winning elections nationally because the demographics are changing and the momentum and the energy within the United States does not reflect the idea of conservatism. It just doesn't have any effective ground game at all. If you watch the Hoover Institute, they talked about this last week, that the Republican Party, the conservatives, have a branding issue, and they cannot attract any real followers long term because they can't manifest anything on the ground. They can't manifest any real victories outside of conspiracy theories, and that's what this QAnon type of stuff is all about. That they have to make up this lie that they're losing elections because the left is cheating. But in reality, all of the audits from the states that they've raised up in the courts have all come back null and void. That the actual ballots, have been secured, and those votes are actually legitimate. So what are they really going to run on?
Yeah, I mean, that's just, at this point, I don't see they run on anything, but that's just how, people going to try and vote again. But, like I read early in that stream with those links, I was like, look, that's basically they're just divided at this point. But, the Trumpian people, they're new and they just didn't have a chance. But, but yeah, his ways of moving in policies, it's just, you got to have something tangible. Like, you can't make the same mistakes. And I know they're trying to rebrand and do their things right now, but the Republicans, they ain't been right in years. So, but Trump was kind of like their last stand, you know. But I guess people wanted him to be conservative that bad. But to me, I just didn't see it. You know, he just played on it. He played it well, though. He played it well. He played to the religious crowd, I've noticed. And then online, the Alex Joneses and what's his name, Roger Stone, that was under Reagan. That's what got him over the hill. If y'all want to get technical, you know, because they was backing him. And I saw that from a mile away. I would say like what 2015, around that summer. And while I was trying to find a job at the time, but then I saw it when I got it that year. That whole 2016 was just something else.
Oh, don't forget that Roger Stone was also a part of Bush's campaign, or at least
that too. Yeah,
in 2000, right?
2000
when Bush versus Gore.
Yeah,
I think there are counters, but just as certain narratives are spoken about, I think that there are others that that people avoid as well. Take for instance when conversations about Goldwater come up. Typically, what I see from the liberal side is that, or the left side, they'll state things about race during the '64 election. Nevertheless, if you look at the voting records of both candidates, it was blatantly obvious that LBJ, that was his very first time voting yay for any civil rights bill. In his record showed in several times that he voted against anti-lynching. He voted against poll taxes, while Goldwater voted yay for all of them. The 1964 Civil Rights Act was the very first Civil Rights Act that he voted against, and he voted against it for specific reasons. So it's just odd to me how the idea of race will come up in those situations, but people try to, I would say, gloss over those things when bringing up this Goldwater situation.
Not necessarily. I mean, Goldwater ran on the idea that, you know, states' rights, that's what he believed in, but that's not the way the country was moving.
Right.
So,
but it was obvious too that LBJ was not interested in civil rights. He just did it just because he wanted to. He was very much pushing to win an election. His voting record, his track record, as people will bring up in these spaces, showed unequivocally that he was not for civil rights.
Well,
whereas Goldwater had a long track record of being for civil rights. He even in the National Guard in Arizona, he integrated it before the 48 bill came through. The school board he integrated. He fought for its integration. His own family stores he integrated. So it's just, you know, this is just information that, again, people throw out there. But when you look into it, you'll see two very different people between Goldwater and LBJ. And it's obvious who was the racist.
Well, we're not talking about who's a racist. We're talking about what exactly happened at the time that it did happen, not whether or not a person was a racist. So that's what we kind of, at least that's what I focus on. And so
no, I'm just talking about. I'm just talking about so far as sometimes when people try to insert this Goldwater thing, they will try to link Goldwater with Lee Atwater. And the reason for doing that is they'll say, well, you can see how in Lee Atwater's conversation that he was obviously a racist, but they don't bring up that LBJ was a racist as well.
Yeah. I know.
I thought that was a given, though. I thought that was a
given.
No,
it's not a given. It's not presented that way.
But it doesn't necessarily matter, because the argument isn't whether or not they're racist. The
well,
argument
then why bring up Lee Atwater?
Because it's about the Southern strategy.
Which
That's
is
what
based upon
Goldwater
what?
was talking about. You
Which
cannot
is
win
based upon
elections
what?
by saying nigga, nigga, nigga. That's what he was saying.
Which is based upon what? It's a dog whistle for racism.
Right, that you cannot win elections based on that anymore. You can't be overtly racist, and that you had to be more covert, and you had to codify the language so that it impacted a particular group being black, and that it actually benefited them to win elections.
Okay, and I'll see that to you. So what I'll counter is so the better deal is to, even though you have a record of voting against civil rights, lie to people, say that you are for civil rights, and then you can get the presidency that way.
Yeah. Well, we're not talking about getting the presidency. We're talking about the Southern strategy. That's what Goldwater is talking about.
Well, that's what LBJ did. He basically just lied to black people and said that, yeah, he was for it and the other person is racist. And there you go. All I'm saying is just be honest about it.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the Southern strategy.
It doesn't need to have anything to do with the Southern strategy. I'm saying so far as present both sides equally. You had racist on both sides.
America was racist.
Black people got played by both sides.
No, America was racist. That's what they were
Black
fighting
people
against.
got played by both sides. And
But
it's very difficult. It's very difficult for leftists to just state the obvious and the truth that LBJ was extremely way more racist than any record could show that Goldwater was.
But the question isn't whether or not LBJ was a racist. I mean, we're not talking about racism. We're talking about the Southern strategy.
Okay, what is the Southern strategy based upon?
The Southern strategy was based upon the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act.
And the underlying effect of it is racism, is it not?
Yeah, the underlying effect.
Okay, so we are talking about
underlying effect is racism, but the conversation isn't about racism. It's about how do they win elections going forward. They can't win elections based on the strategy that they used prior to 1964. And so they had to codify their whole movement around
this
that.
is some of the thing that I'm talking about so far as the balance and the imbalance. Take, for instance, when Sir Obadiah, look at the title of the thing. It's called Conservatism II. And he played the thing about Conservatism I, and then he played the thing about how a lot of people don't know the ins and outs about Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater, typically when other people bring him up, they link to him the thought about Lee Atwater and how Lee Atwater was supportive of racist whites and the Southern strategy, so forth. Nevertheless, they do not bring up how LBJ and his voting record showed that he was definitely not a civil rights guy. He had voted against civil rights on several different occasions. So to say that on one end, oh man, there was this Southern strategy, these dudes are this shows you that this is for racism and so forth, when you had the number one guy on this end who had a long track record of voting for racist.
Yeah, but who's making the argument that LBJ wasn't a racist?
It's implied by throwing the argument to, you know what, this Southern strategy was set to work against black people. Well, LBJ had long.
This is a typical argument that SKC was trying to break down. This is from part 1. This is like a replay of number 2, Conservatism number 2. And what he was trying to do, I just said the same thing about the Barry Goldwater thing and the slavery. He's a contrarian on this. This is his second time coming through, and it was on a Tuesday night. And I think what he was trying to do with Mike V was trying to mess with him with the slavery part, and Mike gave me that link, and I'll introduce that somewhere around next week on the weekend, probably Sunday Madness, and then I'll break it down with the slavery part. It's a good topic and everything else, and we're going to be a part of that. So again, this is going to be one of those things that you'll hear in the conversation. It's an hour long, and then I'll play the rest of it. The fuckery happens in 3 hours, and I'm going to cut it and keep it on the back burner, and then I'm going to post it in the chat if y'all haven't looked at part 2. You can look at the rest. That's when I had the court jester and everybody else. It was a good conversation afterwards, but, you know, it delved off into the conservatism piece, and we explained what happened those extra hours don't mean anything. That's what it was, and we focus on what it was. But yeah, this is why I was cool with certain individuals. The reason I'm playing this, it was good for 3 hours, but like Char's saying, she always said and told us to the advisor, anything after 3 hours devolves around the fuckery. So yeah, I have some of them there and there. So don't be surprised in these political streams and things like that. But liberalism was so damn long. That's why I don't want to do a part 3 or part 4 on that one. There's no need. This one is more important because I think people love this topic and they just want to be enamored with their point of view. But I was just bringing you the facts. And the reason I bring up Barry Goldwater, these so-called conservatives don't preach that in their spaces and things like that. So I was pushing it hard last year. So I was on another thing and I had a different background in the top. So let's continue. And yeah, let's continue. I'm going to go on mute.
Had a long record of working against Black people.
All of your presidents had
on anti-lynching laws, saying yes, we should keep them.
All of your presidents had a long history of racism. All of them.
Yeah, all of them. Facts. Mm-hmm.
No one is that daft to make that statement that LBJ wasn't a racist. That's a non.
I said that early in the stream with a certain article. I didn't want to go in depth. I could have put him in there because he was one as well, but people forget those two. It's kind of like I agree with both of y'all saying like LBJ is important to talk about, but when you talk about Barry Goldwater, the style of conservatism, y'all have to understand it came from him, even though it wasn't popular at the time, because I told you about the moderate liberal Republicans. They went against him and stopped him from winning because it had made some changes. And now I understand people would have said, oh, it'd have been different and changed. Yeah, it'd have been different, but I mentioned the what did I say? The Ku Kluxers in that article, and someone else, the somebody in that article. They jumped forward like the Southern Strategy too, because see, they was on the side with Johnson. They were mad at Johnson because he went against civil rights. I mentioned that in the
because he was a Southern Democrat, and he had to uphold the party line of racism.
Yeah,
that's what they were trying to maintain, right? And they thought he was crazy. And he figured out the night before signing the bill, he went in there and told the Senate and Congress, "You mother effers are gonna sign this, because we need to do this now." It wasn't about he wasn't a racist, he was very benign, and he loved Black people. That had nothing to do with it. In order to secure their way into the next election season or cycle, they had to move the Civil Rights Bill forward. There was no way that they can actually do it. And the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party actually proved all of this, that they were going to march on him, and they weren't. LBJ and his party was not ready to deal with that the onslaught from that. That's what forced him to actually sign the bill and move it forward. It wasn't about whether or not he was benign to Black people. It was about how do Republican or conservatives at the time, Southern Democrats, who were the actual conservatives, how do they maintain their place within the the political future? How do they secure it? The same question they had back then is the same question they had in 2013.
I don't think so. I think the election showed quite differently, because even if those southern states were not secured, he had already won it.
He didn't win. He didn't win those states.
And to show you that the Civil Rights Act I would say it was more of a cherry on top to try to secure things, especially with all the stuff that was going on in the country. The main thing that the main thing that he ran on was nuclear arms, and that can be showed by the Daisy commercial. That was what he spent the most money on.
But what was the data between the North and the South in terms of the support for the bill?
You follow the money. You follow the majority of the support. When he did his campaign, the majority of his money was spent on speaking about nuclear arms.
No,
that was the whole point of the Daisy,
Civil Rights
and
Bill.
that's what
was the data on the Civil Rights Bill.
Proven. that was what broke Goldwater.
No, what was the data on the Civil Rights Bill?
You tell me.
No, you said that wasn't the case. So I'm asking you, what was the data on it?
I told, I've given you the data. You're trying to push in the Civil Rights Bill. He didn't even make it. Both of them didn't even make any speeches or ads towards that bill throughout the entire the campaign.
So why did Barry Goldwater take the South and LBJ took the North? That was the data.
The data showed that the Daisy campaign brutalized him.
No, it
that's
did not.
what the data shows.
They threatened to walk on LBJ. That's what they threatened to do.
It didn't matter. The
No,
largest
you're
that broke
misrepresenting the information
Goldwater
on purpose,
was
and I know what you're doing,
arms.
SKC. I know what you're doing. You're misrepresenting the information on purpose because you know you
How
can't
am I
win this argument.
Okay, what did
There's a whole documentary
spend the most money campaigning on?
SKC, there's a whole documentary in the Library of Congress that explains how this happened.
Spend most of his money campaigning?
It has nothing to do with how he spent his money. The reaction on the ground from his constituents told you exactly what they were thinking.
What did he spend his money on? People don't spend money on stuff that they don't think is going to be effective.
That they were going to walk if that civil rights bill.
What did they put their money behind? Not the things about feelings.
No.
What did they put their money behind?
SKC, when you cite your sources, then we can have a conversation.
No, there's no.
As it stands right now,
if you want to cite my source, all you have to do is go to YouTube and just type in Daisy ad
let's go
LBJ.
To let's go to
now,
the books.
If you don't believe me, then the other source would be type in LBJ 1964 civil rights ad, and you're going to see nothing come up.
It doesn't have anything to do with an ad.
That you spend a lot of money on that Daisy ad, which if you go back to the papers and you research, that is what broke Goldwater.
That's yeah. All right, man. Like I said, if you go back to the Library of Congress, you can get it from any of the institutions. The Smithsonian has all of these tapes documented. All of the phone calls were recorded.
Yeah, they are.
They threatened to walk out on LBJ for that civil rights bill.
Yes, and that's fine.
Said, I need you guys to sign this because we can't move forward without it. He said this on the final night. What you're talking about spending campaign money,
and that's fine. And I see that argument to you. But all I'm saying is if you follow the money went to nuclear ads.
Yeah,
why?
Why? The picture on, the electoral results on the screen.
I think you're trying to make black people be out to be more important than what they were for a constituency.
What are you talking about?
They did not make up the majority of the population. And the times were centered upon what was going to be done after this Cold War and nuclear arms, when you had all these people running up underneath tables and all this other stuff, when alarms came on and all this other, and then you had that's why, again, the nuclear arms conversation was such a big deal. I mean, he literally showed a little girl on TV in 1964 getting blown to smithereens. That was done for a reason.
Ratify the cycle, given electoral representations, electoral fighters. Yeah, okay, great society.
Great society to civil rights. I mean, this isn't really rocket science. This isn't really hidden history.
No, it really isn't. Just ask people when they say follow the money, because the money tells you what people were interested in.
All right, so that was on the ballot, right? What civil rights was on the ballot, right?
Nuclear arms was the largest thing that was on the ticket. It was the main concern of the American public.
The changing of the guards. Go ahead, Sir Robert, please.
Yeah, I want to read this. The issues of that day, it was civil rights, Gulf and Tonga incident, like the nuclear. It's a lot of things, but civil rights was the biggest issue that people concerned about. But nuclear arms was talked about, but at that time, people wasn't fully concerned about it because they were so on racism and things like that. You have to remember that time period too. Things changing. Blacks was trying to. I think integration hit us, and I think BJ mentioned this before. I'm like, yeah, at that time. But then I saw this Lexos right here, and I was like, yeah, it was a landslide. You know,
but he got
now
blown
Trump
under the
and
water with those ideas.
yeah,
Barry Goldwater could
yeah,
not secure his way to the White House with those ideas. It was never going to work. They knew that.
it wasn't popular at the time.
No,
At the time, it wasn't popular.
Because you had what? You had a anti-war movement at the time. You had the civil rights movement at the time. You had the feminist movement at the time, and you had the and you had the SNCC and all those other movements happening all at the same time, and you had communist movements around Latin America and the Caribbean all propping up at the same time. They were trying to fight all of that at the same time, and so they could not. They could not. Barry Goldwater could not secure it. He couldn't do it. He had the right, you know, he had the right mouthpiece for the conservative movement, but that's not where the country was moving. They just weren't moving in that direction. But his loss and his speech told you exactly what they were thinking, that they were going to create this new right out of it, which brought Ronald Reagan to the forefront, and also Gerald Ford, you know, couldn't secure it against what do you call it, Jimmy Carter. They had already lost the momentum. But once Reagan got into office, Reagan used the same playbook at the time and played on the Iran-Contra, which is how they got to where they are today. All of this stuff has been well documented by his son, Barry Goldwater's son, and as well as many of your conservatives, your evangelicals from back then, who said it in the 70s, what they were planning to do.
George Jr., like Bush, he had the ideals. That's how he won too, because at the time America was kind of not his father. Yeah, his father did too, but I'm talking about his son. He actually won those ideals at the time with Gore, and I guess people got tired because Gore was talking about the global warming. Because I remember this as a kid too, because I was like, he was talking about different things, and at the time people just wasn't feeling him. They just felt Bush was it, you know, because they saw the name, they saw similar to what Clinton, you know, all those acolytes that came out of that, you know, because he kind of shaped.
Go ahead, finish, please.
They shaped the history of what you'll say modern conservatism, but people forget these two candidates were conservative too. But the problem was you had a lot of liberals and moderate Republicans went against Barry Goldwater as well. He said that. I saw that speech, and they was upset with him. So I get where SKC's coming from. Yeah, both of them supported racism, so it didn't really matter at that point, because 64 is important because this is when things change, and this is when Black people had to adapt to change. I know feminism was like, I think that was second wave, not first wave, but second wave feminism. It's a totally different beast, you know. And I know
your first wave feminist.
I would say one thing that I do disagree with is that when people say that Goldwater, I'm not saying that you two are saying it, but I'm saying I've heard in certain spaces where people will say that Goldwater was a racist. And when I hear that, it sounds very, it seems like the people that are stating that are not very well read, because even Martin Luther King stated that Goldwater was definitely not a racist. He said that he didn't believe that the ideals that he had for states' rights would be in the long run good for Black people, but he said that he was not a racist. So if a person who dealt with, who was on the front line of racism and dealt with real racism stated that, I'm pretty much going to take their word for it rather than people who are living in today's society who have never had to deal with some of those issues.
What's the litmus test for racism?
Huh?
What's the litmus test for racism?
Well, the litmus test, again, I think would be one of the individuals who stood in the front lines, putting his life on the line,
No,
And
what's
if
the
he
litmus
and
test?
if
How do you
he
measure?
stated and if
How do you
he
measure
stated
racism?
that Goldwater was not a racist, yeah, I think he knew what he was talking about.
No, but what I'm asking you is, what is the litmus test for racism?
How do you
measure it?
How does that relate to this point?
Because it's one thing. Some people would say that Joe Biden is not a racist, right? But we know that Joe Biden came out of that Goldwater Dixiecrat camp as well. Although Joe Biden isn't saying anything
Who says that Biden is not a racist?
No, I'm saying some people. But what I'm saying here is racism is interpreted differently based on who's interacting with the person. I'm saying that some people will say that Joe Biden is not a racist, despite the fact that he's a Dixiecrat. He's one of the last Dixiecrats of that era. And so what I'm saying here is, how do you measure racism? Because just because Martin Luther King said one thing, there's a lot of things that Martin Luther King said that a lot of people did not agree with. There was a lot of people, black people, there's a lot of black people back then that did not agree with Martin Luther King.
I would think that one of the litmus tests would be how the individual's track record on laws that had to do with racist topics. For Goldwater, he was 11-1. The Civil Rights Act being the one. LBJ was the exact opposite. He was 1-11.
Right. So we know that LBJ was a racist. That's not
okay. So when
that's not even the question.
So when I see a person that has consistently voted for anti-racist laws, then it would seem like it would be a home run to say, yeah, if they voted 11-1 for civil rights, yeah, they're probably not a racist.
That's why I'm asking, how do you measure that? Because that doesn't mean anything to the people on the ground that were getting their heads beaten on
how about their record
by law enforcement. Excuse me.
How about their record?
The record doesn't reflect, the actuality, what's happening in his state.
How so?
Look at his state.
What is that? How does one man control an entire state?
Isn't that what you do as a senator and a governor?
No, you do not control an entire state.
Of course you do.
No, you don't. That's not how that works.
All right, man. If you believe that, then that's your opinion. But what I'm saying here is,
that's not an opinion.
He voted,
it seems
there's
like
a lot of racist
it seems like
people.
It's just very hard for people to accept that if a person voted and tried to push certain laws that were good for everybody, and went for civil rights even before civil rights was being pushed, that person obviously is not a racist.
It did not impact him.
He did it of his own accord. He did it even within his own family stores.
That doesn't mean
nobody asked him to do that.
The percentage of black people in Arizona was less than 1%.
Yeah, what difference does it make? That
doesn't impact him.
Makes it even worse.
It doesn't impact him. What are you
have
talking
to
about?
go against a majority.
A majority of what?
A majority of people that look like you.
There was nobody in his state. That's the whole purpose of doing something like that. You do things that would actually.
So that was the whole purpose of it, because nobody was there.
Yeah, what you're arguing is nonsensical to what the Southern strategy was about.
That doesn't.
Those states, the states
like
that you're
even
looking
now,
at
that doesn't even make any sense. It seems as though you're
states that you're looking at on screen
and trying to push some type of narrative. If a person
states that you're looking at on screen,
why can't you just accept them as good things?
Because you can't point out where it actually benefited anybody.
What are you talking about? How is
look at the states on screen? Look at the states on screen.
How is integrating your own family stores? How is going to in the National Guard stating, if I'm going to be in charge of it, this is going to be integrated? Mm-hmm. How is trying to integrate the educational system? Why are you just pushing us? All of this is bad stuff.
I didn't say it was bad.
Okay, so
you're making him out from a racial lens. The Barry Goldwater conversation has nothing to do with this racial lens. His perception and his desire to shape the party conservative movement from that time is what Barry Goldwater is known for. You're focusing on whether or not he's a racist. We don't give a fuck if he's a racist. We know that all of these people were racist.
I know, but that
we know that all of them were racist.
That only amounts to certain people. See,
but
when
that has no bearing on the conservative movement.
But then when you bring up others and people call to account the record, then it's a thing of, oh, now we don't care.
Barry Goldwater.
All I'm saying is don't play it. All I'm saying is just call it as it is. Don't play both sides, man. Just call it as it is. Just be honest about it. If you didn't like the guy, say, I didn't like the guy. But I'm gonna listen to people that, according to you, look at his track record, and then you also look at people that were black people that were there during the day. They did not call the dude a racist.
The only reason we're having this conversation about the only reason we're having this conversation about Barry Goldwater is because we brought him up. The people who claim to be conservative in this space didn't know who Barry Goldwater was because they were never conservative to begin with. And that's fine. And I
see that argument. I see that argument to you. The only thing I'm saying is this: I'm here now, and I have done the research, and I know the research you're doing now. So why can't that be put on the board?
Yeah. The conversation started last year or the year before last about Barry Goldwater and their knowledge of the conservative movement. No, it had nothing to do with racism. The idea of throwing race into this is a straw man argument that nobody else was even talking about. His idea of the movement didn't include black people at all.
Okay, the only thing I'm asking is this, Mike. Since everybody is fine with doing research and adding information to the collective, why is it such a tense thing to add in that Goldwater wasn't a racist, and that
it's irrelevant to the conversation about conservatism,
and that his track record showed pro-civil rights by far? Why is that such a hard thing to accept?
Because it's irrelevant to the conversation. Why, it's irrelevant to the conversation about conservatism that Barry Goldwater was trying to shape. He was not bringing in black conservatives. That wasn't even his agenda.
Okay, so how is it irrelevant when just a little while ago you brought up different things that had to do with Charles Sumner, and then you
see it was when it got a little heated. But you gotta understand that's how it was on the 13th of September. So what you got was in the conversation, it got heated when I brought this map up, and I'll show you later on. The thing about conservatism, it's one of the biggest deals, and people just always notice in those factors. So when you notice about it, it's just basically what you see today. We talked about this a lot, and this was like last year. So we're gonna skim through. Let's go to September. I'll say it was on the first one. Okay, September 3rd, it was on that Monday. Okay, it was a Monday stream. I'm sorry, I thought it was a Tuesday stream, but it's a Monday. This is a Tuesday stream. This was a Monday stream. I would say on the 13th of last year, and I forget what time. It was early. It was around nighttime, and we expound on it. And I think it was around nighttime. It was around that time, around 8 something. And I did something. That was one of those streams I did. And I did a Wednesday stream, I believe. But this was on the 13th of September. This is like during, I would say it's like the late summer of September 13th, almost to the fall, because the fall started on the 20th, right? So during the summer, on the 13th of September, we was talking about this. And from now, it's been months since this year. It's going to be a year. We're in February right now. And the beginning of what they would call Black History Month, but I'll expound on that probably Thursday and things like that. So what you got was it was that time, you know what I'm saying? Like we was just focusing on the things that need to be heard. So what you got was is what you need to know about this information. I think I was trying to deal with it. So. And I think SKC was trying to, try to mix the words of the conversation. I think it was a lot of people in that chat too. We had Sir Anthony, we had Lou, SKC, and things like that nature. So Yeah, man. Yeah, it is what it was, and I think at the time, okay, yeah. SKC was brand new then. He started coming around this time, and I just want to point that out. That was on a Monday. That was on a Monday, and what was on a Monday made more sense, and it's just what it was. And I'm not tripping off of what's going on and things like that. And people just gonna be who they are in so many words. So don't expect me to these men was gonna talk about certain things, but Mike gave him that word, man. Like, I just sat back there and let him have that discussion. And then Dre was gonna enter this part and he's gonna have a discussion. So I'm just breaking down some of the things, but when it gets to the 3 hour mark, I'm gonna cut it. So let's continue, and I'm gonna go on mute.
And you stated, "Oh man, this shows you that conservative dudes was against black people and such." And I'm like, okay, so
The conservative South.
why can't we just share information? It seems like
Because it's irrelevant to the conversation.
When there is any information that does not paint a picture that you want, then it's like, oh, that's irrelevant. We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, right. If we're talking about conservatism ideology, that has nothing to do with whether or not he was a racist.
So a guy's record on civil rights has nothing to do with his ideology.
No, it did not.
Oh wow.
Everybody knows politicians. Everybody knows that politicians will vote a way that actually benefits them. But the idea of the conservative movement that Barry Goldwater was trying to formulate is being reflected today.
Okay, so you tell me, Mike, how did voting for civil rights in the 40s help Goldwater in the Deep South?
What are you talking about?
You said that his voting record is irrelevant because everybody knows that politicians vote on stuff to help themselves out. How was him pushing for civil rights laws in the 40s gonna benefit him in a heavily populated white state?
You have a lot of strange Republicans, especially Republicans with not Republicans, but conservatives with business backgrounds like Mitt Romney, who pushed for this affordable.
You're not answering my question. Mitt Romney wasn't born in the early 1900s. Goldwater was.
I'm answering your question.
Him pushing for civil rights in a heavily populated white state going to benefit him?
It benefits you if you're working out deals behind the scenes. But what I'm saying here is the purpose of talking about Barry Goldwater isn't about the track record, but about his.
No, it's not about track record. See, you're still not answering my question, Mike.
Because what you're doing is you're pulling a straw man. The conversation about Barry Goldwater is centered around his formulation of the conservative movement in the 60s.
Okay,
he tells you that in his speech.
If his voting record is going to be a part of how
it's not going to be a part of
conservatism, because it has to be a part of it. It has to be. All I'm asking is how did that benefit him in the 40s in a heavily populated white state?
I don't know how to answer your question, but what I will say is this.
That was the whole point.
But that has nothing to do with Barry Goldwater. That has nothing to do with the conversation about Barry Goldwater today.
Can I cut in real quick? If y'all don't mind.
Go ahead, Jesse Andre.
What's up, y'all? Listen, man. Because y'all go back and forth about the ideology and all this other stuff, right? All right, check this out, right? Y'all are both right. You know what I'm saying? And I guess it's coming to an impasse, right? Y'all are both right. Here's the thing, right? Most black people, up until after the Civil Rights Act, were Republicans. All right? Now, if you look at the map, right? If you look at this map from 1964 or the election, Now, if you flip and if you look at the map, let's just say when Clinton or Obama, right, or whatever Democrat won, I think Lee Harvey Atwater said something. We're going to have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 50 years. It was the Southern strategy, right?
Yep.
Now, that means that the guy in question, that was, you know what I'm saying, Goldwater here, right, was a plant, right, to bring up a lot of these ideals, right, to garner, right, what we call the minority tiebreaker, right, to split the votes, to get into these places, right. Basically, he knew he wasn't going to win. They knew he wasn't going to win. Everybody knew he wasn't going to win. But what he needed to do is put a foothold in these communities, right? Now, you get the third Southern migration in the 60s, right? And the third Southern migration goes where, right? You go west, you go north. So if you look at all of these places where he was talking about civil rights and doing all of this voting and stuff like that, right? South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, right? So everybody mainly from Mississippi and Alabama, they went west. They went into Cali, they went into Arizona, Texas, they went that way, right? But they really went west over into California and up into Illinois and stuff like that, right? And then you get the people that's from Georgia and North Carolina going north. And when I mean north, they go into VA, they go into Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, and so have, right? So what does this does over time? What this does over time is if the Democrats are the only one that's acting like they're going to give us something, and the only thing that the Republicans have given us, right, they're like in your face racist, right? But the Democrats are behind the scenes racist, right? You know what I mean? So they're both races. They can be both races on the same token, right? I don't care what the nigga, what his ideology is, but it does dictate the actual plan in place, right? The whole point of using any minority when you have a majority, when you're asking them to vote, is only the tie break when the nation is split in half, or to garner that support over time. Let's look at Florida now with the Cubans. Right? Most Cubans started voting against immigration. They started voting for Republicans, right? Why would they vote for that, right? Before, they were voting pro-immigration because they need to get their ass out of Cuba. Well, a couple of generations later, guess what the Republicans offer them? You can act like you're white now. We're not going to consider you that. And what are they having an incursion of? They have an incursion of Haitians and Jamaicans and all of these darker people basically overpopulating pretty much Miami and basically cutting them out, right? And most of their generation of children are intermingling, right? Or they're spreading out of Miami, going up north, right? So they're left by that. So he could be racist, he could be not. The best way to look at it is, did y'all ever watch Everybody Hates Chris? Yeah. Okay. Lyndon B. Johnson was Caruso. Goldwater was the teacher. And actually the most dangerous racist out of the two was the teacher. She was the most dangerous because she was closet racism, right? It's no different than any other president doing whatever they're doing. People could say Clinton wasn't racist, but he put in that damn crime bill, right? Like
Biden,
him and Biden and all of them got together and put in that crime bill, right? You know what I'm saying? So it was behind the scenes racism, right? It was a thing that you didn't see in front of your face, right? If you would basically anybody in Congress right now, the only person that would probably be that you could probably stand on 10 toes down and say that ain't racist will be Barry Sanders, and that's because Jimmy Carter. Or Jimmy Carter, because they was out there getting their ass whipped with Martin Luther King.
Right,
and that's it.
Yeah, that's some kind of, and you're kind of going in the direction that I was trying to go into. That Reagan told that Latino community, especially the Cubans, that the Latinos are conservative. They just don't know it yet. And so that's why I don't really put too much emphasis behind the voting record in the 40s and the 50s, because if you're trying to supplant, votes in these sort of areas to try to coerce another group of people, it doesn't mean that you're not a racist. Thomas Jefferson enslaved his own children. It didn't matter to him. So, like, I don't.
It's a power. I'm like, what you personally believe in, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all of us, right? you know what I mean, Sir, Mike, SKC, myself, right? We all go to work, right? We all at one time had a job, work for us, whatever, right? Your belief, right, is your belief. My belief doesn't mean shit when it comes to us working together, getting shit done because we work for a company, right? But if I'm in a position, right, where I can gather power in the workplace, I'm going to gather people that believe in my ideals because they will be stronger when we move forward, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of times the thing about politicians is it's all about who's putting them in office and their constituents. Goldwater could not get the Republican side or that type of conservative. Actually, if you think about it, his ideology, you know, and this is, I guess, what SKC is pointing to, his ideology of what he was pushing forward, right? There was no conservative at that time, and there was no liberal. You replace liberal with communists, right? Yep. You know what I mean? They was all about the communists. Right. Now, Martin Luther King wasn't considered a liberal. They was investigating him because they thought he was a communist, right? The Black Panther Party was considered communists, right? Because their biggest thing was the you know, the nuclear arms and the Russia incursion and all of that with China, with their build up at the time. So if you look at the world theater of politics and the news that's coming in, this was trying to supplant anything, right? Conservative means conserving of power, what it actually is, right? Anything that will uproot that is a problem. Even Martin Luther King even said it. I brought my people in a burning building when he talked about desegregation, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually been on record that Malcolm X met with the heads of the Ku Klux Klan to come up with a plan to keep everybody separated.
Yeah, he did.
This is an actual known fact. This is an actual known fact. So Black people, up until, right, the Southern strategy was implemented, right? If you look at it, if you look at the track record of Black people, racist or not, right, of whoever you're dealing with, Republicans have done more for Black people than Democrats have. Just look at the track record.
The Abe Lincoln Republicans, not today's Republicans, right? I want to make sure that's understood, because a lot of people will take the term Republican and apply it across the board, but those are different. Those are radically different people. Republicans from 1854 all the way up to 1964 were the radicals.
Was the radicals? They
were the social justice radicals. That's what a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, they were, but it was a social. But here's the thing: it was all about power at the end of the day, right? So what I mean by this is this, right? If Abraham Lincoln was so radical, right, he would have Frederick Douglass wouldn't have had to go up there multiple times to petition for Black people to join the war to free themselves.
Like, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing about that. I'm just saying the constituents on the ground were radical, but Abe Lincoln himself was not the radical, but the constituents on the ground were the radicals, and that's what I refer to. Because in this space, they'll tell you, you know, the Republicans did more for Black people, but they don't tell you who was actually involved in the Republican movement back then. They don't have a frame of reference for it. All they think the Republican Party back then is the Republican Party of 2021.
No, of course
not. That is radically different people. Those are not even the same ballpark.
And I think that's a valid argument that Mike V puts forward.
Yeah.
But, and then there's the but. People act as if political parties do not evolve and change on both sides.
Yeah, they change.
So it's like to try to make these arguments from 2021 and to say like, oh, red, blue, this is what they've always been. This is a brand of conservatism. It's like, no, you go back to what was that? The Buckley and his TV show that he had back in the day, the conservative TV show. He interviewed Goldwater, and Goldwater said at 66, Yes, I know that there's going to be different brands of conservatism that are going to come in the future, and they should. This should not be looked at as some type of crime. It's going to evolve. You're going to have people that are going to be totally different. Buckley said, "Hey, do you think it's going to be somebody that is going to be radically different from you?" And he said, "Probably, yes." So it's weird how when you hear people today and they sit up and they say, "Oh, these conservative dudes, they're not true conservatives." Okay, well, the guy that you called the father of modern conservatism said that was going to be the case, that the people who are going to be in the future were not going to be looking like him.
Yeah, but
it's like, what the hell are y'all talking about?
His own son doesn't even think he has.
Who cares what his son said? Go back further to the man.
No, I'm saying when they asked his son,
the man stated,
"Do you think
the
that
conservatives that come after me are not going to look like me? They are not going to believe like me." He even said these were his exact around the exact words. He said, "That's the problem. The liberals are the ones that make this."
I think SCAC dropped out, or was it just me?
Yeah, he was in the middle of something.
Yeah,
I think. Well, the point that I'm making here is, and I understand what he's trying to say, but Goldwater's son
what the
said
argument
that
being made.
Go ahead, SKC. Finish your point.
If you're not a true conservative because you don't such. Well, the dude that you said is the modern father of the conservatives made your argument for you. He said, "This is what liberals are going to do."
Yeah.
Well, he was referring to what was going on back then. He's not talking about
no. He spoke about the future. You can look this up.
We've covered Goldwater pretty extensively the last couple of years, so we're not really all that.
Okay, well, these were his words. I'm not talking about what somebody analyzed or thought. These were his exact words. He said, "The guys that come after me,
we played all Goldwater's clips.
They're going to be conservative. Most likely, are going to look anything like me."
Yeah, we've played all of Goldwater's clips. What I'm referring to is what was asked of his son, when they asked him about Trump. Did his son ever run for presidency? Say that. Was his son the standard of modern conservative? No, what they're asking. So why are you using him as a point of reference? Because Goldwater, as his father, is not alive, so they have to get a reference from him about what they think about Trump today as a conservative. They don't consider Trump a conservative.
Let me take this down.
And yet the man stated himself.
Yeah, but
the
Trump
people that come after me that hold the brand of conservatism are not going to have to fit inside some box or whatever. They are going to look much different from me.
There you go.
It's like I'm gonna say this, man, and I'm gonna say this, right? Is if he asked Trump, right? We all know Trump. Okay, he was a liberal, but he was a racist liberal, right? And
Facts.
people don't understand that. They can't wrap that around their head. How can a person be liberal but be racist? How can a person be conservative and be not racist, right? See, and this is the trick bag that was put forth, right? You know what I mean? Like the whole Trump. Okay,
and I'm not cutting you off, DeAndre. I'm just making a quick point. See, Mike, we are talking about racism.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
Ahead,
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm just saying, like, Mike might not be talking about it, but when we're talking about the general apparatus of why people vote for whoever, right? The easiest dichotomy, right? People's political views, most people. I'm not saying the people that are educated about it, right? If I was to ask Mike, why would you vote for someone? You would give me an educated answer, and this is why, because of these policies, and this is what you want, right? Because you want this. I would ask SKC the same thing. I would ask Sir the same thing, right? If you ask most people on the street, right? If you ask most people on the street, why would you vote for this person? By just talking to them, without them saying it directly, you can kind of tell what their ideology is, right? Whether it goes from abortion, whether it goes to racism, social justice issues, or whatever. Like, why did most of the LGBTQ white women in suburbia that are crazy liberals vote for Obama, right? Because he told them the stuff that he wanted to do, just like the same ones voted for Al Gore, just like the same ones voted for Bill Clinton, right? Now, why, you know what I mean? Exactly. Now, why did these people vote for Trump, right? Not, you know what I'm saying? He's a racist liberal, but he tapped into that ideology, right? Now, they're in a conservative part. They're called conservatives because they vote Republican, right? They're not actually conservatives. They're not true conservatives. And I'm talking about people overall. And when I mean the loud majority, I'm talking about white people for the most part, right? Because you can get all the niggas together in the world, in America, to vote, and it ain't going to do shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't going to do a fucking hill of beans. You know what I mean? I'm just being real. You know what I mean? I just tell black people, you shouldn't be Republican. You shouldn't be Democrat. You should be what's going to be the best for you and yours and your community, and that's actually at the state level, the city and the state level. You should be thinking about that. You shouldn't be thinking about graduate school of the fucking presidential election. That has nothing to do with you. You need to be elementary right now because that's going to affect you. Now, the problem is that as America's 40 years behind making it homogeneous, right? And the political aspects of what we're talking about, yes, it's going to deal in some vestiges of racism because that's only what people can comprehend, because that's what's being pushed in their face on a 24-hour news cycle of the subversion that they're being given. These are facts. Like I'm like, I understand what you're saying, Mike. You're not talking about the racism aspect, but when you turn on Fox News, racism. When you turn on CNN, racism. Far left, far right racism, and that actually started doing when Obama was running with the Tea Party. That came back up, right? So Trump actually attached himself to the Tea Party with Sir Palin, and that's how he got to where he was. He was so radical. Think about it. Technically, Trump shouldn't have actually ever been in a position to get all the nominations so he could run for president representing the Republican Party.
They didn't do to him. They didn't do to him what the Democrats did to Bernie. So that was what they should have done.
In comparison to what Mike is saying, like, see, Trump shouldn't have been president, period, because even though it's the lesser two evils, because nobody like Hillary and her husband, because even though they had conservative views, but they said, no, we trust Trump because, you know, he kept saying he had these promises, the money, the economics, and he kind of played the C game, you know, because they told him play this game. And we want you to be this conservative, and exploit him. But they thought he was conservative, but in reality, he was liberal the whole time. He was friends with the Clintons and everybody, and Tyson, and I'll give you all that. But what he did was he finessed both sides and showed you, yes, there's racism on both groups. But here's the thing: least the convert, if you study, you know, the stealth culture of them, we understand what Clinton was going to do, and they showed you based off their actions. You know, they apologize later, but see, the overts will like to flip flop and say, "Hey, I ain't racist. My best friend is black." You know, we hear this all the time. So I'm from the South, so I know how they, you know, play games like that. You know, but it's normal, you know, because we normalize things. Because black people want to get into arguments and be like, say, "Hey, I'm okay with this person. If you have a problem with it, it should be like that." But I understand where SKC is coming from. Like, look, how can this person say he's not racist? You know, Barrett, you know, most people, I would say some people believe that. I ain't gonna say most, I'm gonna say some people believe that in the South in some degree, in Georgia. But the rest of the world would look at his policies like, but damn, that sounds a little bit racist, but in a way. But at the time, you know, growing up, not knowing this guy like that, I've heard his name before, but I didn't understand that he had policies like that. See, once you get older and start really reading stuff, and then over the years, you know, I've read some of his stuff before. I said, damn. And then I look at all the presidents that had his ideologies, and it makes sense now. But when you look at Trump, it's like a populist theater type, you know, Republican. But that's what they wanted.
Yeah, but Trump was Yeah, Trump was a bull in a china shop when it came to conservative politics. He broke all the rules of what traditional conservatism was about. And so
here's a thought about that I just wonder about, because I don't want to come off as like I'm an apologist for either side, but I'm just wondering what would be the problem with being a bull in a china shop?
Because the Reagan rule.
There's been a lot of presidents throughout time who have broken a lot of rules.
Because the Reagan
FDR
rule
broke a lot of rules.
No, we're not talking about established rule. We're talking about a social
contract. He broke the establishment from Washington of stepping down after two terms.
What I'm saying here is the social contract
that's the social contract of American presidents.
Allow me to explain,
and he broke it. If that's not a bull in a china shop, what is it?
If you allow me to explain, the social contract that Reagan established, you don't attack your fellow Republicans or your fellow conservatives within the movement itself. You don't do that, right? That's the rule. If you look at the debate, unlike some of these conservatives in this space, that they don't actually look at it. During the 2016 primaries, look at the reactions on Jeb Bush and the rest of the other conservative constituents on the panel, and they're looking at each other like, "What is this nigga doing?"
Right.
You're not supposed to do that.
In order
for him to win and secure his way in, the evangelicals met behind the scenes and put their money and their effort behind him. They created his whole entire platform.
And what's wrong with that?
Because because the idea of conservatism is in this space, what these guys are holding on to has nothing to do with conservatism, and they're making Trump out to be this real conservative guy. And I'm saying there's nothing conservative about Trump.
Okay. Well, okay. Actually, this is my counter, Mike. I'm not stating this. You guys state it. You guys say that Barry Goldwater was the father of modern conservatism. And when I look at him and I hear him talking to Buckley, 1966 on his show, and Buckley asked him, "Hey, you lost the 1964 election. Do you think that, the whole movement that you were setting up is going to die?" He says, "No, I don't think that's the case. I think that in time, another conservative will come up or whatnot." And he said, "But is he going to be anything like you?" He said, "He could be, probably not though." And he said, "Well, what happens if it's somebody that is quite different from you?" And he said, "Yeah, that wouldn't be a sin. That's a good thing. There's going to be times where there's going to be guys that are going to have vastly different ideas from me, and that's fine." So I don't understand why people are making this argument saying, "Oh man, the dude is not this, the dude is not that," when the dude that you say is the father of modern conservatism stated that in 1966.
Because Trump was a liberal up until 2016.
Get that. How about this? How about we do this, right? Can we say this is true, right? Can we just both say this is true, right? You can have a person be a liberal, right? That's a liberal at heart, right? We do this all the time, right? And do conservative actions.
Thank you.
Right, and you can have a conservative person that's a conservative at heart and and do liberal actions, right?
Correct.
And this is called bipartisanship, right? In Congress, right? When they just say, "All right, if you give me this, I'll give you that, and work it out." Yeah, all right, cool. Let's move forward, right? Or you know what I'm saying? Now, when anytime the Republicans, what they're supposed to be the conservative party, makes the government shut down multiple times, right? Multiple times, right? During Obama's administration, right? That's some radical shit. That's radical, right? Because if you look at some of what Obama was asking for, I'm not cheerleading for Obama, right? Universal health care. Do you know that the United States of America, as a first world country, is the only country that doesn't have it?
Absolutely.
Right? Now, people said, fuck that Obamacare, right? They did a study. They asked people about universal health care, right? They asked, do you know about Obamacare? Fuck that shit, right? They had MAGA hats on and all that. Then they asked them, do you know what universal health care is? That sounds good. and they told them what it was, and they say, oh, that's good, but that's Obamacare. And they look stupid, right? Now, because of what's going on right now, now everybody want that universal health care.
Because they need it.
Because they need it, right? But if you was really conservative, conserving your power, you have no base unless you are you taking care of the people. What the Republicans wanted to do, what America wanted to do, what the Democrats wanted to do behind the scenes is we were going over a financial cliff, right? The fall of America was imminent. There was going to be not a recession, but a depression, okay? Because inflation was ridiculous. Now, this is me looking at it because I live in another country, so I'm looking at the geopolitical ramifications of what went down, okay? Now, with this being said, right? The reason why they needed Trump to be a bull in a china shop, and the only reason why Hillary Clinton really didn't win, or they didn't set it up so she can win from both sides of the party, and the reason why is because Hillary Clinton's geopolitical political record as a Secretary of State was trash, right? They hated her guts. She was trash, right? Now, when Trump was acting crazy to his own people, you notice nobody else was popping off around the world at the United States as the reset was happening. Nobody else, because if he would do that, it's like if you see a parent smack their own kid into the floor, what would they do to your kid? You get what you see what I'm saying? It's like he gave America for 4 years enough breathing room as acting like a tyrant, right? He pulled a Teddy Roosevelt, right? He acted like the perfect tyrant to keep everybody at bay, to have them reorganize whatever they were going to do, and then we could get the financial thing on. Now, the whole Rona thing happened. Biden was going to win. They was already having him step up there. It was going to happen. It was already set in stone. They already know who the next president is going to be 10 to 15 years prior to they actually stepping up there. It's just all about pushing the narrative and executing. But the president means absolutely fucking nothing at the end of the day. We all know this.
The system is on autopilot. I mean, anybody can go in and drive that ship. But what I'm saying here is the idea that this space makes Trump out to be this conservative guy. But if you look at the people that they support from a conservative point of view, they never support anybody else, and they never talk about anybody else other than Trump. And what
y'all see me skim through and the madness, even though SKC did his thing like I expected. It was 2 hours in and 45 minutes and 32 seconds. Great conversation, the discourse, and then, you know, the advisor was on here, man. He did a hell of a job. At that time, it was a hell of a good stream. I mean, it has some decent views. Don't mind the views. But the meat of the beginning of 1 hour to 3 hours is excellent. See, this is where I showed my true self right here. I laid out the foundation for these guys, and they just want to come around and do the same bullshit. And I've been wanting to do this for like 2 years ago. So the whole point of me showing y'all this, I did my research before I do anything, just like the first one. The second one I'm showing you, I'm glad I'm doing this again, because what kind of pissed me off was what VA and Tommy Sotomayor, they wasn't really actually talking about the conversation. It's not like mine. That's why I was pissed off and angry. And I'm glad I'm bringing this back in the start of February. I got to beat this to the drum to these niggas, so-called manosphere niggas, like black or white, no matter. I'm not a part of it. We're part of the villain sector, the villain sphere over here. I'm the vice captain. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to push this shit down these niggas' throats. I'm going to smack them around with the truth. But this shit had some fuckery on the other half of the hours. That's okay. That's okay by the court judgment, but that ain't going to happen up here. This one's going to be structured tonight, because no fuckery on this one. Y'all stay y'all asses in the chat, because y'all going to be in for a treat. I'm going to finish the rest of this when it gets to like 3 hours, and I'll see where the fuckery is. I'm going to let y'all hear it, and I'll see and what's what. But the thing is about this one, I just want to expound on the people that I had in the beginning was Mike V. He came up. SKC did a good job countering, try to ask our questions and things like that. He gave us a good contrarian move, smart on him. And then just DeAndre himself, the Dr. Doom, the advisor himself, did an excellent job bringing down his balance into the argument. So the whole point of this whole stream is based off what 1 and 2 was. It's no need to play number 1. That was 3 hours. It was a waste of me playing it, and I wanted to play number 2 so badly because I could have did a part 3 somewhere around December, but I couldn't because everybody was on some bullshit. But the third thing was, I'm glad I'm doing this year in February because last month was a dry month because everybody was worrying about the sports and the playoffs. So this month is, Black History Month. So I got time. People can watch my stuff on the Dark History stuff. Y'all can check that out later. But right now we're talking about number 3, expound on what number 2 was last year in September the 13th on a Monday, and I think it was like 8:10 or something like that when I scheduled that shit. And next thing you know, bam, that was a hell of a stream. We had a lot of good people at the end, good conversation at the end, but the fuckery was in between the 3 hours. So I'm gonna stop it there, and I'll drop this shit in the chat so y'all can look at the rest. It's no need, and you can listen to the rest of the conversation. There's no need for me on my end because I feel like that's important. See, what's important is the understanding of it. What our conversation was. See, it's not that nigga shit that you see over at but shouts out to Brother X. It was cool. He didn't want the nigga shit to happen, but it happened on VA versus Tommy Sotomayor. That was the nigga shit that they brought. But I blame both of them for that, for not sticking on topic about conservatism in its proper form. Like, say, I brought links, information. I didn't bitch and complain. Everybody can disagree or agree to disagree as men. That was the whole point of my structural stream, that I did it. That's my stance on it. I say yes, both sides are racist. Like, do you think I give a fuck? I don't give a fuck. I was trying to tell SKC it didn't matter. The whole point was people was going to take his idea in the future on the Republican side. Now, most Republicans are conservative liberal. I brought what that was in certain ideological / philosophy streams that I'll be doing now instead of the dark history streams. It's an excellent viewpoint to talk to because this is the future where we're going to talk about step forward. Like in March, I'll break down certain instances and certain exercises. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they just so emotional and enamored with the same old shit that I heard 2 years ago under the Trump versus Biden shit. That's what this all stemmed from to me when I did the first 2. This one stems from the recent what X had with Tommy and VA. That's why I did this. Because I'm so tired of niggas that don't know proper conservatism and have a good decorum and discourse like we had to see right here in this part 2 was actually excellent during the nigga shit that came through. So the whole point was, I'm showing you this. You can have a disagreement with a person that's an adversarial person and have good points and have a great discussion at the tail end. Even though in the beginning it was great, and then the fuckery came when he mentioned, the typical word that most people like, game this, game that, but that's what Court Jester does. But this stream is telling what I represented on this side. So again, we did a great job in the beginning, even though the minus the fuckery, this was a good part 2 to my liking. I didn't care about the fuckery, but I care about what we had in context in 3 hours. It was achieved. So I'm going to play this. I'm just waiting on the individual to show up. And you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to do no 5 hours on this. I'm just going to see where this goes. But I'm going to let y'all hear the rest. All right, I'm going to go on mute.
What I'm saying is conservatism did not start in 2016 with Donald Trump. It started long before that. And none of these guys, whenever we brought up the past constituents of the conservative movement, they didn't know who these people were. They didn't know anything about these people. They didn't know anything about the history. All they know was Trump. And I don't want to have a discussion with people who don't know the history of the party, but only can Google their way through it. When we presented books on the Black Brain Trust on conservatism and had real conservatives on the panel.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I see that argument. But the only thing that weirds me out about these conversations is, okay, just as when DeAndre was bringing up what he just stated, you know what, Trump was a liberal racist. Okay, now go back and I look at the track record for a Goldwater in his personal life and also in his life as a senator. Also in his life within the military. All of it.
Yeah, I covered that.
All of it smacks positive on civil rights.
Yeah.
So when I bring that up, then other people say, "Oh, that's irrelevant." No, that is relevant. It is relevant.
How many people did he pull into the conservative? How many black people did he pull into the conservative movement?
Well, here's the thing, right? He actually pulled a lot of black people into his movement right now, and this is what I mean. He had a conservative movement, right? But his main focus was to pull black people into the Democratic Party. See, that was he accomplished that, evidently, right? So he did his job, right? Now the conservative movement wasn't for niggas. The conservative movement was for white folk. Right. See, that's the difference, right? Like, you know what I mean? So he did his job. Like, he did what he was supposed to do. His job was to lay the groundwork. He laid the groundwork. He opened it up, and guess what? The Republicans wanted black people out of their party anyway.
Yeah,
they wanted them gone, right? So basically, it was like this, right? The Civil War. Think about it like this, right? The Civil War was a compromise at the end of the day, right? Every last one of those people that was running down and that was part of the Confederate got a place in the Houses of Congress after it was over with. People don't want to agree to that. People don't want to understand all of that, but that's a true fact, right? Mm-hmm. And then they were given the South, and they were able to do whatever, and they called it states' rights, right? All right, y'all got states' rights. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got states' rights. All right, cool. Y'all do this because we need to gather this shit up because we need to pay back these motherfuckers over here, which is France and Spain, but we need to take over their shit, so we got to go west. Right? So y'all need to gather your shit up. Yeah, we got some of your slaves up here, but we can't take all of them. Y'all figure it out, right? And we know what will subsequently happen after that. Mm-hmm. This is my thing. The reason why, and I understand why this is annoying you, Mike V, about why these dudes are championing Trump. I know SKC already know why, right? That's why he's up here trolling. He's being funny, right? But he knows why, right?
No, he's just
you know what I'm saying? No, I'm talking about with the Trump thing, right? The reason why these dudes love Trump and they want to be conservative, they're just like they're fans of a particular player, right? So I like LeBron James. I'm a fan of what he does, right? I'm a fan of how he plays basketball, right? Because I was a Magic Johnson guy. I'm not a Michael Jordan guy too much. So LeBron James changes teams like he changes draws, right? Now, here's the funny part. When he was on the Cavs, I was a Cavs fan because that's where he was at. When he went to Miami, I was a Heat fan. He went back to the Cavs, I'm a Cavs fan. He's in LA, I'm an LA fan. So if Trump is putting on the hat of being a conservative, they're a fan of Trump because Trump was able to do something. And this is the one thing that really got him. When that shit came out, when he running around grabbing bitches by the pussy, and telling you and saying whatever the hell he wanted to say, popping off, chin checking people, and doing whatever he want, they always want to do it. If you listen to the rhetoric of the trauma bonding, right? Yeah. And the women, no matter what kind of foul shit he said out of his mouth, they was the first ones out there fucking I want a bitch to go storm the White House and get shot for me. Like that's the mindset. So that's why they put Trump on a pedestal. It's like a red pill messiah, right? You just put him up there, you pray to him, you put your MAGA hat on, you say America is great again 3 times a day, and you look to the east. So they're not looking at it how you're looking at it. They're not looking at Trump as this is conservatism. This is how you practice it politically. This is how it's done for vestiges of power in government. If Trump tomorrow says he's a liberal, these niggas is liberal. If Trump come out there with purple hair and he's talking about champion the LGBT community, guess what? They're going to follow along.
Now, DeAndre, you have a point. I see that there are guys that are like that. Yeah, but I also know that there are guys that have been long term, team red and all that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Also, you have some people that view it from the perspective of, if you look at things historically, you have people like Jackie Robinson, And they put up an idea that, okay, black people, you don't understand. If you don't have people on both sides, then you won't have leverage to get what you need done because both sides are not on your side.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. And that's kind of what we've been saying the last few years, that a lot of those guys who go to that side don't do shit because they don't have a voice over there.
Yep.
Well, and a lot of those guys will make the argument saying, what you guys think isn't crap, that's from your perspective, because the only thing that you all view and focus on has to do with things about race.
No, we're talking about policy.
Out of the picture, those guys say, no, there's a lot that's being done on this side. It's just not focused on race.
No, we're talking policy. The discussion in this space has always, since the inception of this space, has been about policy. When you have a conversation with people who support Trump, they never talk about policy because they don't even. You just made the conversation again back about Trump. Yeah, I didn't say that. I said you have guys since the days of like a Jackie Robinson. Who say you need guys on both sides because both sides are not on your side, and if you don't have that, then either side will not have leverage. And then you have those guys that have been on that side for quite some time. They have been card-carrying members for decades and decades, and then they say, no. You guys think that there's nothing to be gained over here because you guys are so focused in on viewing the world through the lens of race. These policies and different things are accomplishing the things that we want done. No, but that's not what we're talking about in this space. And I think you know that. The discussion about conservatism in this space is about being anti-left. It has nothing to do about policy. So when we talk about being on that side, no one cares if you're going to be on that side. But if you're going to be on that side, you got to actually get some shit done. But when we have this conversation about policy, none of these guys don't even know what a policy is. And the people that they should.
So now when I go back and I reference the guy that you guys call the father.
No, we're not talking about. We're not talking. No, I'm not gonna let you troll me. I'm not gonna let you troll me.
His words.
No, what you're doing is you're trolling. What you're doing is you're trolling.
That guy stated that the left often tries to push things for the conservatives as, hey, here's a problem that your eyes need to fix. You need to get this stuff done. And he stated, why? That's your problem that you've conceived.
We're talking about in this space. So what we're talking about in this space is actual policy reform so that black men can actually benefit.
Okay. When we talk about that they don't need your reforms. They're stating that they're fine.
When we brought up Michael Steele, these niggas didn't know who Michael Steele was. They thought he was a porn star because they don't follow. They didn't follow.
Stating again because you're not hearing. A lot of those guys are stating that they don't need any reform. They're fine.
That's fine. That's fine. But what we're talking about in this space is policy. If you don't want to talk about policy, then we don't need to be on the panel.
That's what you are saying.
No, the space in itself, we're talking about 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, especially 1.0, has always been about policy reform for black men.
Okay,
and it's always been about that. We're always talking about
which ones?
You can name a limit. You can name any of them. What are you talking about? Child support reform. We're talking about no fault divorce and all of these sort of aspects that impacted black men collectively.
Okay, I just heard two.
I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just naming these couple ones so that we have the basis to start
and none of those are being addressed by either side. Period.
But the reason why this space exists is because the white MGTOW and the white MRAs forced a lot of these black men.
Who are mainly who? Which side?
We don't need to go into all these details. We're just talking.
No. You got hold on, man. We gotta answer the questions, man, because this is a discussion. He asked the question, so we gotta.
We know that those guys are mainly red. They're the ones that brought this to the forefront. Blue never brought those things up to the forefront ever.
Who's blue? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe I think the liberal side. The liberal side.
They were liberal. What do you, I don't know what he's talking about.
Are the ones that you said that this space was focused on. Those are the ones that brought up those things about the child support, the no-fault divorce, all that other stuff. There's never been any policy even thrown on the wall concerning that on blue.
I don't know what you're conversation talking about. At all. I don't know what you're talking about. But what we're talking about is just policy. We're not
okay. Now those policies that you said this place was centered around.
It's abstract from the parties itself. You're still talking about blue. We're talking about
no. You said what was Manosphere 1 and 2, and then you go back to the white Manosphere because a lot of them was involved at the very beginning of it. Those guys were lean more towards the team red, and those were the guys that were actually talking about those policies. It was never brought up by blue.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I was there from the inception of the movement, so I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so who are the white dudes? Who are the white dudes on Team Blue talking about this stuff?
They don't have any branded names, but there was the movements that were happening back then in terms of the manosphere. Those white guys squeeze a lot of the black guys out because their reasoning for being red pill was different than what black men's problem was.
And that's fine. And that's fine. And I see that argument to you. But what I'm saying to you, Mike, is this: before those red guys brought those subjects up, nobody was talking about it at all.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
That was never part of blue strategy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was here since 2006, 2007. I know exactly what was being discussed back then.
Tell me when is anybody on the blue side has been talking about you keep bringing up a no-fault divorce, child support.
You keep bringing up blue. I'm saying it was agnostic of blue or red.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, DeAndre, you gonna let this happen like this?
Listen, man, I'm just here, man. I'm listening.
The majority of those because
I wasn't here. I got here in 2018, man.
That will be stated about this whole everything about like the manosphere and so forth, especially on the white side of things. They will say, "Well, yeah, those are those racist red dudes."
I don't know anything that you're talking about. I'm not really. I don't.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this. Right? I'm gonna put it like this. Now, SKC, are you saying red as in like conservative, or are you talking about liberal? Like
red pill.
No, I'm saying as in the majority of those guys that were in the white manosphere bringing up this stuff about child support, divorce. We all know that they were Republicans.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now, I'm gonna say this, right? You know what I mean? Like I said, Mike V was around way before me. Like I came around in 2018. So when I
was around in 07 when I had my first channel before. This is technically my second channel. So I know what it was said back then because everybody had groups back then on YouTube. When you talk about politics, it was both races discussing issues. Now, some people did vote for the other side versus Obama at the time. Obama was brand new. And I predicted back then he was going to win because he was that voice. You know, everybody else was anti-Obama because there were certain black people that didn't want to vote for him. But the ones that did vote for him, like myself at the time, he was fairly new. And I knew he was going to win because he had a certain voice, even though he was related to Cheney and Bush because on his mother's side, because he had the same type of politics that they had. But then I don't want to say he's a Barry Goldwater acolyte, but he had some of his tenets. But when I found out what he did for foreign policy, I said, oh, damn, I thought you was such liberal and this and that. He just did his thing, you know, because then I look at his policies, I was like, oh, okay. I know
he's conservative than a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I learned a lot about him then. But then over the years, and then I studied it, and I'm like, over the years at the time, everybody was like pro-Obama, like the first half, and then the second half, you know, Romney came along. You know, this is where I didn't vote for him again because I didn't think he did enough. So that's why I didn't vote for him.
Yeah. So y'all are gonna sit up here and tell me that in the beginnings of like in a lot of those spaces where they had it was just a manosphere. You had a lot of people from different races. That zero was completely wrong, and also I think it was Obsidian as well, and even Angry Man. And stuff. When they stated that those guys were that not all of them, but a lot of them were anti-Obama.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, right?
And that there weren't racial tensions that were building up all around that stuff.
Yeah, well, from my understanding, and this is just my understanding, from 2018, when I came into space, I didn't know what the manosphere was. I didn't understand all of that, with all this, and I got to learn about it from hearing guys' testimonies and seeing that didn't have nothing to do with me because I ain't got the props, but I was there for other conversations for all this policy and everything. So from me hearing from BGS and how it started and kind of chronologing it a little bit, now from 2018, from my observation and dealing with people, I start seeing the maturation of mainly, and let's just say it's the 3.0 or the 2.5 guys, right? Were mainly on the Republican side of stuff. Now, before that, everybody was all together. It was just men coming together, talking about men's rights, talking about, and I don't know, and no one knew anybody's political affiliations at that time, right? It was just the system's fucked up. I want my kids. There's no fault divorce shit, whatever, and it was rightfully so because I seen it on both ends of the spectrum, especially being in the military. Like, you know what I'm saying? I seen a black dude get took into the cleaners, and I seen a white dude get took into the cleaners. And what's the funny part? Didn't matter what type of bitch it was. It could be a Filipino bitch, it could be a black bitch, it could be a white bitch, it could be, doesnit doesn't matter. If they had the option to take them to the cleaners, they'd take them to the cleaners. Like you just knew that if it was, and this is just me, I just knew by watching it, if it was an Asian chick, she'll wait till the motherfucker a year from retiring to run away with the shit. If it was a white chick, she'd make sure she had another dude that was at least a higher rank and take that nigga shit. And if it was a black chick, she'd just make the nigga hell because she wouldn't actually jump to the next dude. She'd just have nobody. Like that was the parachute. I'm just saying these are my observations. If that happened, and on the other end, a lot of motherfuckers did deserve when a woman did walk away. So I saw it on both ends. I'm a balanced person. There's one thing, but to Mike V's point, from what I've heard, I didn't hear any political aspirations, but I saw them in 2018. I saw that everybody was running with this conservative thing. Everybody was, the diehard, these bitches should die and be in a pool of their own blood and all of that crazy stuff and all of that rhetoric. I vote for Trump because fuck these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, or that's what I heard.
And I respect that, DeAndre. My thing is this. I want to see where the truth falls in this. So I'm gonna go back, dig up the receipts, and I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. But if I dig up receipts that confirm what I remember a lot of other people stating about the state of things back then and where people were aligned, man.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of two. I'll give you an example of two MRAs, right? Thugtician was an MRA, and so was Kobe NBA West.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kobe NBA West was. What's going on, Nagone?
What's gone, Nagone?
Yeah. Kobe NBA West was against Obama and Joe Biden, especially. It wasn't so much about Obama, but more about Biden because of his VAWA, right? Violence Against Women Act. That's what he was against. Thugtician was agnostic to all of that. He was against the system. And so he was fundamentally working on ways within the white MRA movement, the majority white MRA movement, of how to attack the system. But what he found was that the white MRAs were against black men behind the scenes and undermining their position within the MRA movement, which is what drove him to the black manosphere.
Right. I agree with you. I agree with you. The only thing I'm asking is when he found that out, and others, when they found that out, those individuals that were undermining and such, where did they fall politically?
Let me interject, man. Let me interject.
Okay, go ahead, Nagone. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Nagone.
Let me jump in here. Okay, Mike is absolutely correct about that because that was the evolution of what happened with respect to how the Black manosphere, and a lot of guys came into the Black manosphere dealing with those issues. And that also was how Ibmore, okay, because you had the whole MGTOW kind of movement going on at that stage. All right, you had guys like Barbarossa, Stardust, and all them who were involved. Okay, Barbarossa, a brother. Okay, you had Stardust, white dude. All right, and you had quite a few other MGTOWs who were involved. All right, then the white boys started coming in. It was no a left or right. They weren't coming in with that. They were coming in with white boy against black boy kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, they were coming in being relatively racist. That's how Ibmore and all that started out.
Yeah.
Okay. And how a lot of guys started to branch off from there and came more here into the black sector. Okay. I was just listening to a video that was put down by my man Barbarossa Barbar, that he came out with about 11 months ago. He hasn't come out with anything recently. But he said why he kind of stepped out of the MGTOW space and kind of disappeared. And he didn't say anything about Republican and Democrat. It came down to all these far right, or these far nationalists, white nationalists and so forth, came in and tried to hijack a lot of the movement. And that's what happened with a genius. You guys don't know Thugtician. You can go back and listen to the Thugtician files, listen to this dude. Almost nobody dropped it better. A lot of other cats, were certainly in line with him. Even cats like a Black Ram, he was around then. Okay.
Yeah, I remember Black Ram and Soul and Black. I do. But
Thugtician,
Thugtician was basically, he had his own stance, but he was very charismatic. You correct, Nagon. Yeah, his videos was
let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay, so let me finish. I was around then. I was around back then, 2008, 2009. Sergeant Willie Pete. I'm going back to 2007.
Captain Solo.
2008. Okay. Them cats, okay, so they were going all through that, and that was kind of the evolution of the Black manifesto.
Watch this
fuck.
Right.
Okay, so when you start really talking about
that's why I'm gonna cut it short.
Obsidian and O'Shea and these guys
and BGS.
These guys wasn't starting that. These guys came in and got platforms. I'm not going off on the tangent here. I'm just saying those guys came in on the platforms when you had hangouts and all that started coming in.
Right.
Super chats and all came in, and it kind of blew up the platform a little more. And then these guys came in and surfed off of that. But at the end of the day, the real progenitors of this were Sergeant Willie Pete, Thugtician, Soul and Black. These cats, they were a whole bunch of other dudes. Involved. And I'm even going to give Tommy a little credit about that, because he was out there blasting at that stage, talking about that. When the big issue that we started to see when things started to get more political, Obsidian and them came in later. I was right there, ground floor with Obsidian as well. All right, is when these guys really started to look at, how
Tommy Curry.
Tommy Curry, exactly.
Tommy Curry was around back then.
Okay, exactly. Where things were really kind of going awry, and brothers were basically addressing a lot of literally the unmitigated hate speech that was coming from the woman's sphere. They didn't call it woman's sphere at the time, but people like
Blake Barbie Doll
and so forth.
Yeah,
folks
Blake Barbie Doll.
Y'all never heard of. Okay, Egypt and all them. That I was going in on. Me, this other dude, Cadillac and Daffy, and a bunch of other cats were going in on these hoes back then. Okay,
the gender war, right?
Okay, and they were talking crazy. All right.
Yeah,
crazy.
they still do.
They were boxing people back then.
Yeah, the divestment bitches. Yeah.
Okay, well, it was even worse than that. It was like, if you have a black male baby, kill that motherfucker. They were
right.
Like that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Shit was way off the he's, and so brothers came in. All right, brilliantly. Guys like Thugtician and them, far more sophisticated. All right, and certainly much more knowledgeable and and just laid down the facts and started to systematically tear these fucking hoes out the frame. Then what started to happen was they started to drop channels. They started to come after brothers and so forth. Now here they are preaching hate speech, but I have to say the brothers came together at that stage with brilliant countervailing arguments to them female dog shit. It was brilliant. Then that's when people like Crystal and Karazin and all them started to come in. All right. And at the time, and I'm gonna fess up and admit this, that I was kind of down with Sinji, because she was nowhere near what she is right now. She was going in on them white boys too, tearing them out the frame. And I mean, doing work on these niggas. And I'm talking about when I'm talking about doing work, I'm talking about like, yo, y'all talking about black folks. What about white on white crime? What about all the shit that y'all doing? What about your white ass drug problem? All this stuff. Y'all walking around with recessive monkey genes and all this kind of stuff. And I was hiding out in one of the white nationalist sites, man. My name was Rex Pendragon. I was hanging out there listening to what the white boys are saying, and they brought Sinji's name up right up in there talking about, we got to shut this black bitch down. She's out here talking all this shit on us. They didn't have a proper response to her attacks. Okay, they didn't have a proper response. So brothers were going in, and you had a couple of sisters like Sinji during that time going in on these mofos, going in on them, and that's and all that was going on. You saw the rise of more of the black manosphere coming out. You saw the MGTOW move to Ibmore and all that. That's where you had guys like BGS. Then you had, of course, Black Ram. You even had what you call Tito Sancho, the madman over there. But you know, he was
Hardcore Tito.
Yeah, hardcore Tito. He was in there. You know, he was a part of that. You know, and a few others. So they started all that Ibmore from there. Okay, and BGS actually kind of tacked on to that. Now we're going back around 2013. Okay, 2014, around that time, 2015. These are the times that we're talking about as this thing started to evolve. From 2008, 9, 10, when all this shit was going on and formulating. So as far as the red side and the blue side, all this post 2016 stuff, when the niggas started to side up with this Trumper asshole hole, that's where you started to see all this fuckery. But you didn't see that then because the brothers weren't talking that bullshit. They were looking at what was really attacking black men at that stage. And brothers, I'm going to have to say, were very effective in their argument. They actually won that war in 2015, as far as I
they did.
As far as 2016,
they did.
We won that, tore them out the frame. Crystal and Karazin broke down, started crying on the fuck. Hey, the black and white boys came after me, and no black man came and supported me. All that shit. Motherfuckers were just crying. We were laughing. We was on Obsidian Channel fucking party. I mean, we was partying on this shit. And then bitches basically fell off. And then what they did was they came in with a new tactic to come into the manosphere, roll with some fake, online, what I would call submission and thirst trapping, and then got the thirsty nigga, and then we're able to draw the thirsty sucker-laid niggas out, show them what was really going on. And this is the mismatch of fucking dog fucking shit diarrhea that we have right now. And a bunch of crazy fucking niggas who are pissed off about not fucking the bitches that they wanted to fuck. Now getting back to try to wrangle them in. Okay, and to try to have what we call some kind of negotiate.
Yeah, he has an echo.
Negotiate with these savages.
SKC, you got an echo, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry, but anyway, I can't help that right now.
No. You
it's SKC.
Okay, and get back and dealing with that bullshit. All right, and then brothers thinking that maybe we can get them back in line. We can do certain kind of things. Let's come down real hard on them. Let's go hard right on them and everything else like that, because this is what's going to get these hoes back in line and all this kind of craziness. So that's what you really have, and I have to give it to the black female with her understanding of male nature and understanding this fucking nigga and being able to play him like a player piano and throw the music into the piano. So that's a lot of what we have going on, and then of course we had the whole game coming there with this whole right far right, and these Negroes didn't run up with these crazy crackers and everything else like that. Okay. But that's all what it's about. Bring this black bitch back to the table and all that. And Negroes who have women who are outside of the community, who are not married to black women, have anything to do with them, are in here too, throwing rocks and everything else like that, because they don't like this black bitch. So
I said it again for the people in the back.
So that's part of the war. That's part of the mishmash. That's part of the madness. But the focus has been lost, and the craziness has ensued. That's why I don't really fuck with this too much, because I ain't fucking with y'all, with these niggas. These niggas ain't thinking clearly. They've lost sight of what's really going on. The 1.0 cats, the mighty Thugtician, and these guys, Sergeant Willie Pete too, and these guys, they laid this motherfucker down. Okay, and then you had other brothers come on. The 2.0 cats came in and ultimately won the gender war with the larger platforms, taking the arguments that were laid down by the brothers before, utilizing those to tear these hoes out the frame, which then they got torn out the frame, but then they came back very effectively, working on the weakness of this Negro's dick, of which he, of course, is going to always fall to, especially if not well disciplined and so forth. And it's a 3 or 4 fest up in here right now. But
I'm gonna say this.
All right, that's the breakdown. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Just DeAndre.
I would say this, right? You know, and I'm glad that Nagone eloquently gave the history of, everything, how it transpired.
Yeah, he's been around, him and Mike V. I had Wacky, and then I had Soul and Black. If he was up here, he'll tell you the same thing. So,
and I'm gonna say like this, right? And this is the best way for me to look at it, and just to give my honest opinion on somebody that's from 2018 to now, is the way I look at it is like this. The reason why they were able to cut back in is because the guys prior to the 1.0 guys were on a mission for the mission itself, right? And the guys that came behind them, and then the gender war was won. It was money to be made. It became a business, and then it became it wasn't more about the mission and the progress of the mission and concerning about the policy and what we need to do and who we need to get behind and who we need to pool our money behind and whatever, who's going on in your state and sharing that, right? Like, nobody wants to sit up there and watch Meet the Press. You know what I mean? What it is it's the trauma bonding Olympics. This is like the 2.0 and the 3.0 turned into Creflo Dollar and TD Jakes for men. You know what I'm saying? That's what it basically turned into. That's what it is. And the reason why you guys are having, well, not Nagone, but Mike V, you're having this, you know what I mean? This, you're angry because that's not what it was about, because you come from the old tenets. You understand what the tenets is. This is the mission, policy. Nothing's going to change unless we change policy. These women ain't going to listen to you because they're not incentivized to listen to you. Point blank, period. Like, you gotta incentivize, the behavior, right?
No, please finish. I'll go right after you.
Yeah, like, you gotta incentivize the behavior. Like, what policies are in place? No one's putting any actual policies in place, but they're actually coming. Right. And they're actually coming for a simple point of money. That's the only reason why they're coming. Right. Like, why they repealing abortion laws. I just read an article in Texas. If you are in Texas and you find out a person is doing an abortion, you can sue the person that's doing the abortion for the person that's getting the abortion done. And then if you lose, you don't have to pay their legal fees. And if you win, they'll give you money. Like, it's like they're incentivizing this because there's a baby shortage, right? There's a child shortage. So when I say, okay, if there's a worldwide child shortage, because every country's going through this right now, but especially in the United States, okay, no fault divorces, abortion. Okay. So if you're complaining about child support and people are aborting babies, then why are they getting rid of abortion? Because then women would have to keep the child, right? Or people are fucking and not having kids, or they're not having enough young people, but they have too many old people. Okay, so we get rid of this, right? Now, who's pushing this side? Well, on a political standpoint, you say the Republicans are really championing this, right? They are, right? So they're championing this thing, right? Now, the thing is about this is that, okay, so if you get rid of abortion, then if a woman gets pregnant, you already got rid of Planned Parenthood, which is contraceptives and condoms and all of that other crazy shit, right? But also abortion. So if you get rid of abortion, make it a states' right issue, then what happens is women are forced to do what? They get pregnant. But if they get pregnant, they don't want to be pregnant, right? So what happens is, what's the best way for a woman to secure her relationship with a man? Well, she got to keep her legs closed. She got to keep her legs closed. Then that means she's got to get married. But then if she's married, then she'll have the kid. But the problem is you're not incentivizing the man to be married. There's no incentivization. You get what I'm saying? Like there's no incentivization.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think the 1.0 didn't it focus on some of that, but that wasn't the totality of the space back then. And so the idea that you had these sort of right-left sort of conflict or adversarial sort of views in the space, you didn't have that. You had people building on each other's content in their philosophical views. And so I think in this discussion, it's being presented as if, the MGTOW was conservative. MGTOW was not conservative. The ones that we're talking about were not conservative. They didn't have anything to do with conservatism. These guys just did not like black men being in this space, period. Despite the fact that that black men were making the same argument that they were making, they didn't want black men in those spaces. And so that's why you had this space be cultivated out of that discourse, because Thug Titian talked about it, and what's this other brother? Captain Solo talked about this.
Yeah, Captain Solo. I was about to say that.
Yeah, he's somebody I spoke to offline. Same thing with Soul and Black. So I know that what's being presented here is not actually what happened. I know exactly what happened back then, and it was a lot of white people, a lot of white men who came in there and tried to undermine the movement. And then when brothers moved to Generation X, they came in there and they hacked that
website. I remember that website.
Destroyed it. Okay, Dresden bought the server, and they came in there and they hacked the server, destroyed it, took it offline with a DOS attack, and it never came back up. And so that's why you have this 2.0 thing going right now. A lot of people want to pretend as if there was this sort of conservative movement going. No, it had nothing to do with conservative. Brothers were attacking the system for what it was.
That's exactly right, Mike. And the attacks were effective, and it was so effective it started to even make
SKC.
I just want to say this last thing. It started to split even some parts of the white manosphere, where certain guys in the white manosphere saw what was really happening. Some of them had to kind of move back, and then that's when you had those, the white nationalists come in, because what they were talking about was white spaces and protecting their white women. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, these guys were more worried about black dick than truly worrying about not only men's rights, but dealing with the whole kind of gender issue. That was really that was the problem. They were shown. I mean, one day I was in a chat room. This was a few years ago. This is when Nola Girl first started coming out, and she was talking about she wanted to be, I don't know, Mike, if you remember that Nola Girl. She came out.
She's married to the brother in the space. He's a conservative brother.
In the space. That's right, Algier Soldier. All right, Algier Soldier. All right, and she started talking about how she supported black men, men going their own way or whatever, and then the MGTOWs came out against her. Me, this dude, Victor, White Cat, and MGTOW. I'm forgetting Victor. I can't remember his name. Then there was me, Coptic 7, Cadillac Gaddafi. Bunch of cats were in there going in, and what did we see? White boys started calling them mud shark. You guys are fucking. I mean, this exactly. They just started going ham, and these were supposed to be MGTOWs, but at the end of the day, the cover came off. They were ultimately simps, pissed off, that black dudes was banging white women, and they started going crazy about it.
Yeah, of course.
They started going hand, and that was the whole issue. It wasn't right or left. Those same dudes who were talking about, we hated niggas and why you white bitches, y'all are fucking Negroes and y'all are mud sharks and all that crap. These are Trump guys and all them running around today talking all this crazy. Those are the same dudes, but they were uncovered.
The Proud Boys.
They were uncovered then, and
there you go.
Yeah.
The Boogaloo Boys.
They were totally. The cover was pulled off of them, some bitches, and that's what I'm saying. I've seen the evolution of this thing. That's why when you guys see me going against you and looking at you saying you niggas ain't shit, because you motherfuckers ain't. You sitting back here buying into guys who hate your fucking guts at the end of the day and think you're stupid. But that's the reality, because I saw what was going on, and many of us who were in this space during that time saw the evolution of this, and now it's turned into a right left thing and leftist. And,
right. Absolutely.
And all that. Total.
Which is what facilitated.
When y'all gonna let the new sergeant?
Hey, what's going on, Ism?
What's going on?
You want to say something on the topic?
I've been waiting, man.
Yeah.
Sergeant Willie Pete was in here. Y'all would have gave him the flow. I'm the new sergeant.
What's going on?
It is. I'm about to take this thing over.
Let me just further expand.
What?
Here comes the fucker. I told you. Court jester. Let's continue.
All that. You got motherfucking Hurricane Edward, motherfucking SKC, and then you got Hurricane Mike V. Did that rhyme? You niggas won't never stop talking. Players crying about all that shit, man. I'm not gonna be suing my baby mama because some shit. You should have protected yourself. Okay, life begins within you, brother. You are the seed of life. Okay, that's why you should wear your strap, your well, she said she was on the pill. Well, you left your life up to another woman. See, so protect yourself as a man. I'm not gonna be suing my baby mama's mama because she took her to the abortion. Come on, players, pick better women. They say vet the women. That's why you need game. Game is navigation. Game is knowledge and foresight. So you believe when pink people give you that goddamn certificate when they say you are a master at engineering, you have your BA degree and your master's degree. You believe it, but you still got to go out there and get that real world. You still got to go get that experience being an engineer. See, that's why you got to use this game I'm trying to give y'all in the real world and get off YouTube and go outside and get to know women. And what game?
What game you talking about? Because back in the day, you was coming in with that game shit. Niggas had a fucking.
I don't know about back in the day. I only been here a year, so I've been on this game shit my whole life, and it's worked for me.
They had a size 12 Buster Brown for that ass.
Well, I don't know about size 12 Buster Browns. I ain't never wore them.
What are you talking about, man? I'm just trying to get to this game because I don't.
Okay, well, if you listen to the podcast, you big head nigga, and God gave you two ears and one mouth, if you would listen, Hurricane Ed the second, you might could hear something. But you talk more than you listen. That's probably why you can't hear. And if you just ain't got no game, then you just lame to the game. Okay, I'm laying to the engineering game. I'm laying to the sociology game. I'm laying the trigonometry game. Okay, so I'm not an expert in that field, but the field I'm an expert in, maybe you take a little bit of this I got for you and stir it in your gumbo pot. But you just want to be argumentative and combat. I don't want to combat with you, man. I don't want my shit work. I have the empirical data. I know my shit works. It's just you don't want to believe it. You want to believe who you want to believe. And 1.0, it ain't coming back. Jack, 2.0, it ain't coming back. We on 3.0 now. So what you got to do is adjust to the game. Women are not going barefoot and pregnant. Women are not going to just do what you say. If you don't have no game, then you're going to be on YouTube crying like a lame. Every fucking day. The weave ain't done nothing to you. What about you niggas' face? What about you niggas' stomachs? People need to get in shape around this motherfucker. All of the incel niggas need to go with the single moms. The black woman. What did you, Snow Bunny? Man, come on. I'm gone, man. Y'all go ahead and talk this shit over here then. I'll see you in a minute, sir, brother O. Peace.
All right, peace.
What happened?
No, he took the bill. Ism had to drop that. Like, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this.
Hey, sir. Like I would look. I stepped away. I muted up. I stepped away to grab me some tea. I was cracking up, and I came
but
back.
You know, history was made.
The advisor was fucking petty. At that time, we was all right with dude, but then he came at us sideway over the advisor shit. But he always had that. He always had that mindset. You know what I mean? It's just what it was. And the thing was, you know, like I was just trying to say, like in so many words, you know, the thing is point out it was a good streak until the fuckery came. So if y'all know what happened at that time, you know, he came back and it ended up being a decent conversation. But the fallout between that happened on the advisor's channel, the guy I'm talking to, you know, Just DeAndre. Y'all can subscribe to him, whatever. He has a decent channel. Well, actually a good channel. He talks about a lot of various things too, like me over here. But to point out is we was consistent to 3 hours, but in between, it should have been after 3 hours, it devolved around the fuckery. So yeah, it just shows you the what's what. And then I'm not saying that wasn't supposed to happen, but it's just what it was. It's just what it was. And I'm not really mad at the situation. And like I said, but you know, y'all can play the rest. I'm gonna put this in the chat for y'all. Y'all can see the rest. And it was a good conversation afterwards. But the whole point was the meat of conservatism. We covered it for like the first 3 hours in the beginning, and in between the 3 hours, the fuckery came. So I expected it because it's a big hit and a big, huge hit. And it's just what it was. I like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really keen on to it. I'm just gonna paste this right here. If y'all want to see the rest, that's cool. And I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming a long time. So I'm gonna stop the share and things like that. So yeah, at that time I was just focusing on different things. Of course, I changed my avatar and everything. Shango was on, everybody was on, and it was a hell of a stream. It was a heavy hitter stream because things got emotion for me. So at that time, so you know, yeah. And then I think Fasten was on it too, but you know, I'm just gonna kick it off. So, in so many words, the conservatism thing was, yeah, he was Jersey, but at that time, man, you know, that was new to me. I mean, it's been 3 hours and things like that, but I'm just saying, for me, I understand what's what. So you gotta understand, this is the whole purpose of seeing what's going on. You know what I mean? Because I understand the factors that what came through. So, you know, yeah, man, it is what it is. When you got people at around it, you just got to look at it for what it is. So yeah, and it's just like I said, you know, at those times we got to understand that different strokes, and it's just us, and that's just how it is. But you know, I'll be out of the server for a minute. Let me look at it for a minute. Get out of it. See what I'm talking about. But yeah. But at that time, man, like, you know, I was just expecting it. And it's not bad, you know, because I think people was acting like, look, what's better? And we was just looking at it and we was experimenting. But yeah, but at that time we spearheaded that for a while. So that was like for a while I did it. And I'm glad I brought it back. And it's just what it was. You know, so I'm not really pissed off in the situation. So when I lay down the conservatism part, we're gonna get into it. What's going on? He's every channel needs to be Dennis Robin. I doubt it. I get what you say, beef and brought, but I'm gonna show this part that I really want to talk about. Yeah, what's going on, Cerulean? What's going on, Cerulean? Salute. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna show this part. And it's just like, you know, I'm just going to get into it for so many reasons. But let me share a screen for y'all. I'm see what I was talking about. This part I want to get into because I meant to, and like I said, this is the part we was talking about the Lyndon B. Johnson. We was talking about he got more votes, and Barry Goldwater had 52, blew him out of the water. But if you notice, I live in a state that's a red state at the time. Now it's gonna be a blue state in the future. But Tennessee, where I come from, is old racist South in the blue. The Dixiecrats, known as Democrats, well, actually they're all conservative in the blue. You always had liberals in the red, but technically these are conservatives too. That switch. These are converts in a liberal party. See, Goldwater didn't make it with his ideas, but years later it changed, and you start seeing red states like these states that you see south in the blue in Kentucky and the mid-south, all that changed over time. This is where the time when the country was at. 64 was a great period for a lot of reasons for certain people, but the integration changed a lot. So when you look out on this map, man, it's just a whole nother story. But you look at it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I think we talked about that in part 1 and part 2 in particular. And it's just what it was. So, yeah. And we see for what it is. But that election piece, and I saved that link for the longest, and I think people didn't understand what we was talking about. That whole premise of 64, and I was gonna bring the Q Wilson thing. I was gonna bring the broken window and the earnest voice on this piece, but I said, nah, it's no need. We understand those at the time. We can discuss it in briefing because I didn't want to go in depth. We talked about that in every stream before. All this time was like a build up to those, then the crime bill and all that. But that style came from the 64 election and prior. But this is modern conservatism. What you see, two conservatives. The last time you saw that was in 64. I would say 2 years of the election, I think Biden won. They think he cheated, whatever. Technically, he didn't. You know, it was fair and square. Trump wasn't going to win another term because people, the optics and the 19 virus and things like that. It was a huge conversation last year. So that stream part 2 was a continuation of part 1. Same people, right? This one is kind of like a reaction from VA and Village Arsonist and / Tommy Sotomayor. And the only reason I'm responding to the conversation, it was good for the 2 to 3 hours in between the 3 hours the fuckery came. So I knew he had nothing to add because we delve off to something else. If y'all saw it, you would have saw it. But the whole point of that stream was to see the first 2, I would say earlier, the 3 hours was great until the fuckery came. I'm just saying we had a good conversation, but the channel, you knew what it was. So I don't do a lot of fuckery streams. Those streams became paramount. So that was the beginning how my channel was at the start. You know, it wasn't always like that. It didn't have 7 hours like that. You know what I'm saying? It was always above board to like 4 hours to 3 hours at max. So basically you get what you get. And there's no need to talk about it long term. So I understand people have different points of view and changing and things like that. So yeah, man, like, you know, I can drop the hammer as I want. So I'm not really surprised on the issue. So I'm just saying, man, like, you got to know where you fit in. But that conservatism stuff we talked about, that was like a while ago. And I think that was on that Monday, and we did what we did. And it is what it was. So again, I was on that type of time. So people are going to be people on that. So I had interesting people at the tail end. You know, it's no hate to the guys that participated. And shouts out to everybody. You know, even though we had that follow with that one person that, you know, cut in, y'all know who I'm talking about, court jester himself, want to be a clown and shit. Because at the time, I didn't know what he was about, you know, coming through. He always stayed in the chat, but never came up here. But, you know, we parted ways. It is what it was. It is what it was, you know, and he had it out for me probably since March. So that's where it stems from. I said, someone put a battery in his back. Yeah, but he had that angst about me. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of dudes like that. And I said to myself, you see why I didn't, you know, I threw some shots there and there in other places. You know, I admit where I'm wrong, but I just had to walk away and just move forward. You know, I didn't acknowledge him afterwards when I started doing content again. But that's just a whole nother story. But yeah, I ain't studying that dude. But that stream, it's alone lets you know that kind of didn't really put me to the top, but it brought the conversation forward. See, when you talk about politics, you do get views, but you got to do the research, you know. But you know what I'm saying? But you know, I'm not really on that type of time. But you know, but yeah, I know what you're saying, Zab. But you know, but dude was on some bullshit. I stopped fucking with him after that incident with at the advisors channel because the purge kind of divided us. That's what happened. That's what happened. It didn't help. It actually divided certain people. So I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say. Don't give a damn what he thinks. But you know what I mean? It's open. You want me to drop the link? Okay. Hold on. Yeah, it's a I'll give it to you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I won't have this discussion. Yeah, with my man up here. We're gonna talk about this political thing right here. So, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna open it up to completely because this is not really open panel. This is just a small discussion. And yeah, man. But Court Jester, man, he was on some bullshit that day. But like he always is. You know, that's evident. Let's see what y'all talking about. I gotta read something. He said Iran is more objective libertarian. Oh, we was on that a while ago. What y'all talking about? It's on objectivism. Oh, okay. That's a whole nother, you know. We'll discuss that later. So I'm not mad. What's going on? What's going on, Commandante Lou? Peace. Oh, not a problem. Appreciate you. It's all right. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know, because a lot of people got to understand, like, my whole purpose of the first two was to set the record straight with these niggas. I should have did this 2 years ago, but I chose not to. You know what I'm saying? I'm on good terms, but yeah. What you say, Degenerate? He said, good question. Why does conservatives of today say was never a switching of ideologies that the parties back in the day? Reason being, Degenerate, they don't know what the hell they talk about. They don't do research like I did with the first two conservatism streams. The reason I brought up Barry Goldwater, he is very vital to Lyndon Johnson. And the reason he's so important, I remember 2 years ago when I used to subscribe to, you know, 3 syllables and everything else. I don't really care for him now. And others and people, I always had that mindset as well. But when you study Barry Goldwater, you know, like Nagone 11 said in this stream, the old stream that y'all see in the chat, that shit was paramount. You had good discussions, but now it's just like the Trump phase, liberal behind ass that he is. He was fake conservative on the Democrat side for years, and they try to say they're liberal. No, they're very conservative. They just want big shit. Liberals want small shit so they can control a certain entity. See, politics, they act like they want big shit, but in reality, military, they want something small like private government and things like that. So yeah, this is a problem what I saw in the modern day manosphere for 2 years. And I don't fuck with them like that because I created my own sector along with the ghosts and we did our thing. I was basically a counter to this shit. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying what's what. You know what I'm saying? But, you know. Yeah. You know what I mean? He said, can also to answer. Okay. And that's what it was. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Okay. To conservatives practicing the U.S. would still wants government control over social issues, but the point where the state would enforce things morality, war was against that mentality. Yeah, that's Iran, you know, but they had y'all think liberals is just they want big government. It's not true. I'm telling you, sad to say. From my studies, what I've researched, people think that, but it's not true. I'm looking at it from a military aspect, not economics. Economics, they probably want small shit, but in reality, they just, well, a lot of people say they want big shit, but technically they want small shit. They use the Republican banner as oh, I'm conservative, but in reality they're liberal. You know, that's the hard part people don't understand. The blue side is never far. See, I don't get into left and right arguments. Those are dumb arguments, because once you strip them away, what they really are, they're just colors at the end of the day. I just say the blues way more conservative on their issues than anything else. Yeah, they may be liberal in business, but the military industrial complex business, they're more conservative, they're more violent, and they start killing people and they want to control every damn thing, like social issues. Like, yeah, Republicans do the same thing. The only difference is they're not really that conservative. I'm sorry. I've yet to see them dominate everybody else like that. It's just in the military construct. That's a whole nother story. But but that was my whole point on part 1, part 2. I referenced this in part 2 because this is very telling. Back then, everybody adopt this style. So, like I said, man, like, you gotta understand, get your mind right. Like I said. So, as well as saying, you gotta look at it. It is what it was. So, yeah. I think this is what it was. And I think the whole discussion, I think Mike V, he came through, I think, on that Monday, and I'm glad. And I told him, I said I was going to do a part 2 last year because no one would believe me. So I was on a different mic at the time, but the microphone I was using was a condenser. If you heard the Borgage and the things like that, and I didn't have it on a mount at the time. So again, I had my audio struggles. You could tell by these streams I had struggles with the same microphone and headsets and all that. I was not really audio savvy talking about these type of topics. But once I found out that I upgraded my shit, and I said, you know what, I want to enhance it. That's what I'm doing now. So, it's going to get better. I'm going to be more clearer than you ever thought before. So I'm basically helping certain people with this stream. So again, I got time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really mad what's going on in the world. So yeah. Oh, here we go.
Well, greetings, esteemed Obadiah.
Greetings.
Am I coming in?
Yeah, you're coming in good. You're coming in good.
Figure out. All right, am I coming in now?
Yeah, you coming in.
You say you can hear me. I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can we turn it up?
Turn it up. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Had a janky headphone connection.
That happens. Yeah.
But see, it goes back to what I was talking about with consumerism. Like males, we have a tendency to use shit until it dies.
Mm-hmm.
Right? T-shirt, pair of shoes, a belt.
Right.
Same with these headphones.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is a interesting thing because we talked about this several times actually.
Yeah.
About what actual conservatism actually is. And I seen somebody in the chat, I think his name is Zab, that conservatism is based on objectivism.
Right. You can answer that. Yeah.
That is I mean, I know that's probably what the party wants to sell you, right? The thought leaders of conservative, thought, right? The ideologues. But no, there's no objectivity in what you call conservatism. Because
right.
Because conservatism is actually goal driven. And it is really based on an emotional feeling. And that feeling is to consolidate and calcify power, wealth, and opportunities at all levels of institutional authority, based specifically on the color of one's skin. That's literally what, like, if you want to talk about like the Strom Thurmond, Bull Connor era, that's literally where it starts. That's why you see even libertarians today, libertarians and modern day conservatives, there is no objectivity in none of that. All because the conservative trope has been one of virtue signaling to this idea that we call culture, right? Which is why you hear these tropes like black males, even though they're 6% population, commit half of the crime. Yeah, you hear those tropes like that. Now, those tropes going on back in the 60s. And this is before, this is before the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Okay. And it all had to do with, if you look at the southern states where the majority of Black America presided prior to the Second Great Migration, it was difficult for Democrats to win the Negro vote, which was a majority actually in the South. Okay. Now, all of those states that succeeded from the Union, those were all Democratic states, and they were all conservative states. And you would hear, imbeciles, right? Fast talking imbeciles that they talk fast to give off the appearance that they are intelligent. And mind you, just because you went to college or graduated college, got a degree or a baccalaureate, doesn't make you intelligent. Ben Shapiro is not an intelligent person, because this is the guy that will tell you that there was no party switch. When if you look at 1964 Voting Rights Act, it's mostly southern states that were opposed to it, to such extent that they tried to muscle Lyndon B. Johnson into selecting two of their handpicked, puppets for Supreme Court in order to overturn the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and even persisted into trying to deny non-white, specifically Black Americans, the right to equal housing. And do you know what the Equal Housing Act actually persisted of? Do you know how it was really executed? It was the government, once again, lifting so-called Eastern European immigrants out of poverty, expanding these white enclaves called suburbs from grants from the Public Housing Authority, gave them relocation assistance and stipends for living, the thing that you call welfare for everybody else. And they even had a federal jobs guarantee, which is how so many of them ended up becoming business owners via getting these grants. And they created a successful, mom and pop shop. Shout out to Sam Walden, who's one of those grant recipients who created the enterprise that you know as Walmart. Shout out to the Dayton family who was another grant recipient who created the entity you know today as Target. And what happened was the Negro was pushed, or rather, we weren't really pushed, whenever we were accepted into these, what they were marketing as, middle class housing. When the population grew so large to the extent to where you know it as the projects. Yes, the projects used to be middle class housing for derelict white families. Okay, I'm gonna read to you from two books. First book I'm gonna read from is Hoover, Blacks, and Lily Whites by Donald J. Lizio.
Okay.
Chapter it's chapter 9, page 106. Because when you talk about Southern strategy, modern conservatism, we like to point to Strom Thurmond, Bull Connor, which they are the modern influencers of your modern conservative. But it actually begins with Hoover. Right? Hoover is the one who injects the idea of rugged individualism, right? As a matter of fact, Hoover was talking about free trade even before we knew that we were going to have a second world war in Europe. He was an advocate for what you call laissez-faire. He was a liberal posing as a conservative. That's why in Robert C. Smith's book, Conservatism and Racism and Why in America They're Both the Same, he points to the beginning of the Southern strategy, not with, say, Lee Atwater or any of them, but to Hoover's Lily White strategy. Individual freedoms, rule of law. Now, rule of law, which means expansion of military, right? Rule of law,
right,
which
right.
went ahead with peace through strength, which is the military industrial complex. And rule of law is also a part of that because when we're talking about police are domestic military.
Yeah.
See, that's what police are for. They're there to execute domestic policy, while military is used to execute foreign policy. Now you talk about individual freedom, limited government. Now we're talking about Herbert Hoover, former president. Why is that important? Because Herbert Hoover is the guy who implemented rugged individualism and tried to reduce the size of government. And as a result, because of mismanagement of government funds, because this is a guy who was built by white capital, he was handed everything, he never worked for anything. Imagine a government that just won World War I, becomes the industrial powerhouse of the world after World War I, which is like being handed the keys to a brand new Ferrari and you're giving it to basically a spoiled, over entitled, privileged little shit who has never had to be responsible for anything in his entire fucking life. So, Reformer or Racist, Chapter 9, Hoover, Blacks, and Lily Whites. Hoover doctors revealed the alarming extent and seriousness of Black disillusionment with Hoover and his new quote-unquote colored voters division. Even more important, the church revolt highlighted the rapidly widening split between racial interest and party harmony that led to the creation of the National Negro Voters League at the convention in June. The church was highly respected amongst diverse Black leaders as a Republican whose first loyalty was to the advancement of his race. And his political judgments therefore carry great weight. Years of leadership in Southern politics, in the NAACP, and as a head of the Lincoln League, he had earned himself a national reputation as a courageous, honest, and skillful politician. Scott and Hawkins were well aware of Church's national prominence, yet rather than try to heal the breach, they unwisely attempted to read Church out. They tried to push him out of the Republican Party by using the mechanisms of racism to become adversarial to Church and his constituents. So, why is it Donald J. Lizio is telling you that there was indeed a switch in parties? Because Southern Democrats who recently lost the South, former leaders were dubbed as traitors. Okay, they lost the South, dubbed as traitors, became Republican territory thanks to the Great American Negro. And the Southern Dixiecrats, who were the old power players of Reconstruction and slavery and whatnot, still sticking with these democratic views, had a more difficult time winning an election. Why? Because they had to appeal to the Great American Negro.
That's facts. Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna fast forward 1964. This is from Alexander P. Lamas, The Two-Party South. Okay. And this is chapter 10, called The Clash of Polar Forces, Hunt versus Helms. But we're going to fast forward all the way to page 134. It says, take 1964, Bob Gavin, the GOP nominee for governor that year, led Dan Moore, the Democratic nominee, until he got to Greensboro, North Carolina. And from the eastward, he got almost nothing. The East has kept Democrats in power for many years. Our question and our theme is, what has it gotten them? Where have we heard this from? The answer is 67 years of promises and mediocrity. Now, I don't want to be too forward and say I'm some kind of a genius, but this book was written in 1986. So where have we heard that from? Where has all of this following the Democratic Party gotten you?
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, Black Americans literally don't become majority Democratic supporters until after the Fair Housing Act of 1968. This was a part of Lyndon B. Johnson's, who we know is a staunch racist, Greater Society programs, which you keep hearing from derelict Negroes from the right side, the far right of the aisle, who really are nothing more than, personal ass kissers of a white dominated, ideology, political ideology, in which their idea of diversity, okay, is to put a black woman of any make, model, creed, from out of nowhere, as long as she looks good in heels and a short dress, and to trot her out in front of the great American Negro, because that's how stupid the right thinks the great American Negro really is. Because they follow the Earl Butz ideology of the great American Negro, that the Negro only wants three things: a warm pussy, loose pair of shoes, and a place to shit.
Yep.
So you put a nice looking woman out in front of the Negro, we can steal, or rather convince him to give away his vote to us, who, if you look prior to 1968, most even today, it was a very common thing for a white Southern Dixiecrat to run as a Republican. And if he won as a Republican, he would continue to run as a Republican for re-election. But you'll have a dipshit like Ben Shapiro, right?
Right.
Tell you that there was no party switch. But let's be real. Ronald Reagan was a motherfucking Democratic governor of California. But he was a Republican president of the United States. And so where we heard that from? It says our question and our theme is, what has it gotten them? The Democrats, the East has kept the Democrats in power for many years. And what has it gotten them? Didn't we hear this all throughout Trump's campaign?
Yeah.
Senator Sam J. Ervin Jr., running for re-election in 1968, faced a weaker Republican opponent than did Scott, and Ervin was therefore less reluctant to stand with Humphrey in Fayetteville. Ervin endorsed the Democratic presidential standard bearer, describing Humphrey as the greatest friend the farmers of this nation ever had. And he sat on the selection board that chose Earl Butz as the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Both Scott and Ervin won, the former with 52.7% of the vote, and the incumbent senator with 60.6%. Despite Garner's vigorous effort in the East, he failed to carry the region. He did better there, however, than any previous GOP nominee, winning 43% of the vote to Scott's 57%. Scott's winning pattern generally resembled Governor Dan Moore's in 1964. Why? Because he had to sell himself to the great American Negro, who was the majority of voters in the fucking South prior to the second Great Migration. See, all of this is history. It's all facts.
Yeah.
It says certainly the size of the Negro vote was much larger than we had anticipated, and it went totally against us. It's hard to explain to me the Negro in North Carolina. He's been terribly dissatisfied. The Democrats have been in charge. Isn't that the narrative we hear today? Yet blacks go out every year in a block, vote for the Democrat running. It's not the easiest thing to run as a Republican in North Carolina. And see, this is where we get technical on this. Because what they're not saying is difficult. It was difficult for a Republican to win the nomination if they had previously been a Democrat in North Carolina.
Facts.
That's why if you look at post 1968, the majority of, and it doesn't matter if it's North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, all of their governors, senators, they don't come, they're not domestic to those states. They all come from the North. Why? Because these are faces the Negro hadn't seen yet. They're familiar with the motherfuckers that's switching from Democrat to Republican just to win the Negro vote, which was still mostly Republican in 1968. And why? Because those people, they are the real conservatives. That they were willing to switch the party to win the Negro vote in order to retain the power. Because that's what a conservative is really about. That's why I tell you about small government. Why small government? They're not talking about small state government, if you ever notice.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that all of your modern day conservatives, no matter if they're black, white, Asian, Mexican, Latino, whatever they identify with, or otherwise, they're all for expansion of local state governments, but the minimization of federal governments? Because they want to have a greater power to impose this idea. What was the big thing in the 60s and the 70s? States' rights.
Right.
That's and because the system of Jim Crow was already in play, the only way to keep the Negro from being able to compete is by minimizing federal influence in state affairs. Why? Because the federal government has always been a friend to the Negro. Well, not always. But post-Emancipation Proclamation, the great American Negro was pro-federal government.
Always have been. Mm-hmm.
And even today, you see so-called far-right leaning conservatives. They're really liberals because they want what? Constitutional rights for me, but not for thee. Mm-hmm. But yet they are running all of their campaigns on the very political philosophy of the great American Negro of Jim Crow. That's why you see the emphasis on what? Gun rights, rights to bear arms. Who is the champion of that? The Black Panther Party. But isn't it interesting when you go from state to state, you see that white conservative leading Republicans are not in favor. They are not in favor of gun control rights when they have a majority.
Mm-hmm.
In states where there is a high concentration of Negroes, let's take California, Chicago, New York, Maryland. You'll see those same far right-leaning conservative, so-called Republicans or Democrats alike, all in favor of the same Second Amendment, right? Against the Second Amendment. in states where there's a high Negro population. But you go to Idaho, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, where there's a majority, they are staunchly against any gun control law. But let's go over here to New York. Those same far right leaning conservatives are all for those gun rights that they, NRA would say, is against the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
That's because the great American Negro made the Constitution what it is. When I hear a Negro saying this goofy bullshit about limited government, you know what he's telling you? He's telling you that he's a peasant for plutocracy.
Yeah.
He's telling you that he wants the private sector, which the private sector has the ability to operate outside of constitutional law. That's why private ownership is, once again, so important to far right leaning radical conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're mostly anti-union until the population of that workforce in a certain locale is white.
Facts.
Let's take Amazon. We have a brother up here in Minnesota that started the Amazon Workers Union. Okay? Staunchly against it. Why? We had Negroes coming from all over the tri-state area, whether it was fucking Michigan, Wisconsin, fucking Chicago, coming to this state right here. Why? Because Minnesota stood by the worker. Said Amazon is not allowed to impede the unionization process. After they fired him, even. But he's still part of the yeah, that's true. They did, Amazon did fire him, but he's still a part of the union, which is in operation today. Which is why just recently here in Minnesota, they had a shortage of Amazon workers. And they're wide open for employment. Looking for workers. Can't even keep them on deck long enough. And if I went up to local warehouse where the distribution center where Amazon is, 70% or more of the workers in there are Black, Latino, right? Somalian, Eritrean, Ethiopian, or some other Middle Eastern ethnicity. Despite the fact where it's located at is 92% white. These are all facts. But conversely, we go over to, let's just say, where there's another high concentration of Negroes. Okay? Let's take Michigan.
Okay.
Major distribution center in Michigan. A population of nearly 80% Negro. When they wanted to unionize, they fired them all. And you go to their distribution center in Michigan and near Detroit, just outside of Pontiac. What you're going to find, the majority of East Indians and others of Middle Eastern and Asian descent. But then they'll look at it and go, well, why is Detroit a smoldering crater? Well, you advocating for a small government. You're advocating for limited federal influence, which means states' rights, which gives Amazon the ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
To not only discriminate against its own workers, but fire them at will and be protected. For lawsuits, if you remember, they actually came out and said that it was constitutionally legal for a private corporation to make employees, new or old, to sign what? Remember the non-disclosure agreements and the arbitrary, right? The arbitration agreement that protects said corporation from being sued for wrongful firing. And all of this is really the fallout of having so many years
Mm-hmm.
of unchecked racial-based nepotism. I mean, you could look at the I think NPR did a study on it. The Brookings Institute did a study on it. The race-based nepotism is what literally killed American economy, which whenever it came time to prepare America for a crisis like COVID, it was left ill prepared because of race-based nepotism. So when you had your boy Trump out there literally it's inciting the rise of, right, the new Ku Klux.
Mm-hmm.
He actually did more damage to the economy than he did help. So whenever I hear these dumbass niggas running around here talking about they made more money when Trump was in office, I will call bullshit. Because one, in order to get the benefits for a Trump tax policy, you had to make more than 250 fucking thousand. If you made under 250,000, nothing changed for you. And nothing has changed for you. And the last time it did change for you was when George Bush fucking Jr. was in office.
That's correct. That's so correct.
And I keep hearing niggas spin this trope that I had more money when Trump was in. I was really making a whole lot of money. And now I don't have any. No, nigga. It's because you mismanaged your fucking resources, bruh. Not only that, it was due to a hyperinflation that was caused by a potential Cold War, which was the trade war with China whenever they banned Huawei. If you remember, when American corporations like Apple, Microsoft was forced to make their chipsets and their computer components in-house, it drove the cost of set products up. So if you bought one of those products, it was marked up 30 to 40% higher than what it would have been if that trade war with China didn't happen.
Yep.
I'm spitting all facts. And there ain't a YouTuber on here, unless that YouTuber is making more than $250,000 a year. He ain't benefiting from any Trump tax plans. He didn't benefit from any Trump tax plans.
Yep, that's true.
He didn't stimulate the economy. He did more to destroy it.
Yep, that's exactly what he did.
And that's why you now see in these articles coming out about how there is something like what, 10 million open positions, and corporations are refusing specifically to hire black males. That is what happens when you have a private corporation using states' rights to discriminate against a specific group and not be held accountable for it because states' rights. Let's just look at Texas. Let's look at the state of Texas. Remember when they got hit with the cold? Remember when they got hit with that fucking cold flash?
Yeah.
Energy's going out, right? That's why I remember when the shit happened. I put up on my community line, right? My community tab. Is anybody going to tell Texas to pull itself up by its own bootstraps? But let's just be real. That's what happens when you have deregulation.
Mm-hmm.
Because what is deregulation? What are they really saying? Deregulation is another form of saying limited federal government. While if you look at the state of Texas, it has one of the biggest state governments in the entire union. It has a bigger government than the state of New York that has nearly twice as many people. The state of Texas. New York has twice as many people, and yet the state of Texas has a government twice its size. Damn near. And they wanted deregulated energy. They said this was going to be good for Texas domestic economy. Well, of course it's going to be good for domestic economy whenever the fucking the private energy companies can gouge customers on their energy bill, right? Not even meet a basic fucking standard because they thought that they would never in a million years would Texas get hit with a blizzard. So we don't need to put any installation on any wires or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just cut corners, do a cheap way above ground, put them on poles, run all through the city. And then bam. Just like that in one night. Nearly 2 million people without power. And nobody's held accountable yet. Oh, we go all the way back to when did the Flint thing happen? What was it, 2010? Switching over to water because the water line is owned by a private company that literally sells water to the city of Flint at a premium to say, well, let's switch the water source over to a cheaper source and we're going to pull it from the local rivers. If you look at it in comparison, it's the debasing of coinage. You're debasing the coinage. You're still charging a premium for water that's not even fucking properly filtered because you want to go with a cheaper water supply than the one that comes from the treatment plants. But if you trace it all the way back, why do you have energy executives under fire in Flint, Michigan? Oh, that's right. Why do they switch it over to that cheaper water supply? Because if they switch it over to the cheaper water supply, those plants use less energy and they can send premium water to premium customers who live in where? Suburbs, but not directly in the city of Flint.
Yep.
And because of states' rights, this is all legal.
And they also, well, it came down to money too, because you say states' rights, but it came down to the wealthy, because at the end of the day, they put no money into infrastructure, the pipes, and all of that they had just broke down. Old lead pipes that was sitting over there for over a century. No infrastructure done. Nothing. Just sat there and just let it just run down. Crazy.
Yeah, but and that's what it boiled down to. Like these people in Flint, oh, they're not premium customers, so they don't get premium water. We'll save our filtered water while saving $1 on energy it costs to filter the water. We'll just send it to our premium neighborhoods, right? The premium customers.
It's just obscene. And what's terrible was, even as much as they were going against, I say going against black folks, it was hitting white folks as well. It was, I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, Michael Moore, I have to give him credit. He did because he's from Flint, and he did a really strong, I had to say, an excellent expose on the whole problem. And it was, it's still mind-boggling, and not enough people, went to jail behind it, as far as I'm concerned. So, unbelievable.
But isn't that the great thing about nepotism? You can make your own fall guy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yep.
Say, hey,
incredible.
The federal government's gotten involved now. I know that you were running for mayor, but I'm gonna need you to put that online so you could do a year and a day in a country club federal penitentiary. Can you do that for us? Hey, don't worry. Whenever our guy gets selected, right, for governor, we'll make sure that he gives you a pardon.
Unbelievable, man. Incredible. Real story on that still hasn't fully been fleshed out. And people have just let it go, and it's still going on.
But see, you have these Negroes that have you not you. I'm saying that have a lot of us convinced that they have our better interest. Because mind you, Michigan, the governor, whenever that shit happened in Flint, that was conservative control. Conservative Republicans. When you had Texas, those were all conservative Republicans. So-called.
But most of these guys that talk conservative, as we know, they're not conservative. They don't know what conservative is. They don't understand conservative principles. They never studied it, and it's really just for them. They consider themselves conservative because they think they're banging against the left. So
but they don't even know what the left is. It's kind of like
they don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like waking up with your eyes directly on the side of an elephant.
They can't even see.
They are on the left.
They can't see. But these people don't read. They don't study any of this. They have no idea what they're talking about. But they're out here pushing an agenda that is against them. And at the bottom of a lot of this is their anger and disgust at the black female. And they are expecting the white guys to come here and fix this black female problem for them. And that's where a lot of this is coming from. That's the genesis of a lot of it. With all the cover and all the crap that's going on, that's what you're looking at. And that's what you're dealing with, as far as them understanding or looking at conservative principles, policies, what they stand on, and so forth. You couldn't get them to begin to understand it. Then they start talking about communism and all this stuff. They couldn't define what communist or socialism really is. They couldn't define it. So that's why I look at a lot of these guys, and I've lost a lot of interest in just messing around with the space because of the extraordinary ignorance that's going on. And it's a bunch of ignorant guys talking to a bunch of ignorant people, and they want to keep the ignorance flowing. That's what this is, and they're sitting here talking to so-called conservatives that don't have their interests at heart. they don't care really about these guys, and they think that somehow they're on the same side of these people. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's why I referenced this, the part 2, the minus the fuckery, and then we had a fallout with that individual on Dre's panel.
See,
and then I saw,
look, they say New York don't have twice as many people. Actually, New York City, right? Actually, I think it has like 3 or 4 times as many people as Houston, and yet Houston.
Who said that? Commandante Lou. He said they don't have as many people as Texas.
And yet, Houston's government is bigger than New York's government, bro.
Oh, that's facts. Yeah, Houston's bigger than New York's government.
I should have been more specific. Houston,
okay, go ahead.
The city of Houston in Texas has a quarter of the people that New York City has.
Yeah.
Its government is much bigger than New York's.
Because New York City itself, man, in the 5 boroughs, you're looking at just about 9 million people.
Oh wow.
Well, actually, it's more than that. I mean, if I look at there's more people actually moved into the city.
The city of Houston's got like 2.5 million, 2 million, 2.5 million.
9 million people, 1.2 million moved in over the last year and a half. As far as people think they were running out, they were coming actually into the city, but or in the surrounding areas, not so much in Manhattan proper. And so you're looking at almost 10 million people. You look, it's a big metropolis. It's a big metropolis. Certainly one of the largest on earth.
But see, the reason why they can do that is because one thing that New York has more than Texas is police. The more police that you actually have, the smaller your government is able to be.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, you have. I mean, the New York, NYPD is essentially almost an army. It's an army. I mean, it has.
It's the largest police division in the country.
It has every arm of it. Air, sea, land, everything.
Right, college. Yeah.
It's big. It's big.
Yeah, when you have a larger police force, you're able to have a smaller government due to the size of that police force. So you have to remember, Houston doesn't have a whole lot of police like a New York.
I think we have 45,000 police officers in the city. I think that's what I believe.
I think New York's reserve police population is even bigger than their main force, because you have people waiting to get that full-time position.
Let me see. I'm going to take a quick look at it very quickly. So we're looking at about 36,000 police officers.
Well, let's see the number of police. Let's look up number of police.
Yeah, I think it's 30. I'm looking at 36,000. I thought it was 36. New York City Police Department is the largest of the oldest municipal police departments in the United States, with approximately 36,000 officers and 19,000 civilian employees. Yeah, so it's a it's a fairly sizable sizable organization.
And let's see, Houston police officers, 5,300 police officers compared to 36,000.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But you know what? But due to like a rural city like Houston being so spread out, they're going to have way more. Let's just say social workers, school teachers. I mean, those are all government workers. They're all a part of government. Do you work for the Department of Education? No, you work for the government. You work for social services. Houston has the biggest in the country. That's why if you look at like the state of California, why do you think when Californians flee California, where do they go? They go to Texas. Why? Because they have comparable services. In fact, better services a lot of times in California. And they definitely got more Walmarts.
Yeah, it's a fact.
So you're looking at the city of Texas, bigger government than New York, but New York has more police, which is why they don't really have a huge government. Like as far as executing, most of their government workers work in finance. Right. People from New York, they flee to places like Delaware, Virginia, North Carolina, that DMV area.
You had a lot of people from New York actually heading out. I think it's stopped a lot now, but from around 2010 to about 2019, you had a lot of people going out to places like Arizona. A lot of New Yorkers were heading out there. And now, I think just because of the costs of
the cost of living,
the cost of living in land, but now that's going up, so now that's starting to stop a lot. I mean, we're talking about more and more New Yorkers who had.
You hear stories of a trash man in New York that makes $100,000 a year, but who lives in a completely another state because it's cheaper to fly to New York to his job to stay a week at a time. Like that's how. And when you see that major disparity like that, where the cost of living is so high to where people can afford to do that, it's because you have small government.
Yeah.
Because the government is allowing private firms to run roughshod over economy. That's the real free market, by the way. The real free market is discriminatory.
Yeah, it's always been that way, though. It's always been that way. That's one thing I learned as being when I was on Wall Street, I saw that very clearly. Very clearly.
So I mean, just to give you this book, Two-Party South, was written in 1986 by Alexander P. Lamus. Now, if you don't know who Alexander P. Lamus is, he's the guy that privately recorded Lee Atwater breaking down the Southern strategy.
Yeah, I mean, but Lee was acting like he was really trying to hide it. He was sitting up there telling you, "Well, let me break it down for you. We're gonna make this thing abstract, but you can't come out here and say nigga, nigga, nigga." Can't say nigga, nigga, nigga. So now we gotta say stuff like states' rights, and
Horse busing,
and high taxes, low tax rates, these kind of things, for no forced busing and all this kind. Yeah, he broke the Southern strategy down. I said, but you can't say 1968. You can't say nigga, nigga, nigga anymore. 1956, you could.
We say things like lower taxes, state rights, forced busing.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in there with his with the buzzwords to make it somewhat abstract to cover it. I mean, he broke it down. He broke it down.
5,229 officers as 2020. Wow. I don't know that, Collie J.
So I mean, just like compare that to New York's 36,000 officers.
36,000 officers and 19,000 kind of support people.
Reservists.
Yeah, Yeah. I thought it was 45,000.
5,229.
That's why if you look at also if you look at Texas, it's also one of the states with the highest rate of unsolved murder.
That's 30,000 to 771 people. If you add that up, I mean, subtract that. Damn, it's a lot of people. In total in America, if you want to talk
look, New York, what you have is the police force and the administrators of finance.
Yeah.
Well, New York is the capital of finance in the country. So you have Wall Street, the financial sector, and all that.
Like even if you look at the police union, right? Like, and this is why I say, like, they have New York has a smaller government because if you look at the police union, it's privately owned. It's not state ran. The biggest police union in the country. They got what, half as many, and that goes to show you they have half as many people in New York than they did in LA, right?
Right.
And even LA doesn't have as many officers as New York.
It's gone, Pastor.
But New York put a lot of focus on civil service workers, right? Like administrators of, child care, mentorship programs, right? Social workers. Oh, even California's got the biggest public works department in the entire country, which is why if you look at California, that's why they're able, like, whenever a policy comes out and say we want to build low income housing for density, that shit happens within that year.
Well, you know what I find interesting? New York, relatively smaller government, and if the conservatives, they talk about small government, but yet New York City is a very democratic government. Okay, run very much by the Democratic Party.
Information, man. Salute.
Which normally say that again.
I was talking to information, man. All right, go ahead. My fault.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be it's supposed to be small government, but yet they're more Democrat, or let's say more left leaning, if you will. So for the conservatives, how do they answer that? You know what I mean? Of course, I don't expect any one of them to even begin to deal with an issue like that. But yet, it's just going to show. I think a lot of these guys are out here talking about.
And then you look at Republican, like Republican leaning, right? But if you look at like what you call red states, right? Like that, all the majority of your red states are literally, they make up the old fucking Confederacy.
That's facts.
Oh yeah.
And the Confederacy was conservative. Kind of like the Ku Klux Klan, a conservative Christian organization, what they called it.
Yes, indeed.
Yep, indeed.
So, what were you guys trying to say about? What were you guys saying about conservatism up here?
I was referencing the video from part 2. It goes back to what I said last year, and I saw Tommy Sotomayor and Village Arsonists going at or on teapots, and it got derailed over some nigga shit. But they was trying to use the black woman topic, and that's far from the truth. What I did with my first two conservatism streams, I had to bring up Barry Goldwater for the first time with Mike V and SKC. Now the second time, it was good. It lasted for like 3 hours before y'all hop off, and that court jester motherfucker kind of derailed it. He was wanting attention, and I knew it was gonna go left because he was snooping around. But it was good for like the 1 to the early 3 hours, and I saw what I saw. And it's kind of like I want to bring this back again because I saw the nigga shit they was trying to, like you said, about the conservatism thing over the teapots. And I was looking, I said, man, let me do this again. And the reason I was going to do this again because of that shit, and it got me tight. And I said, you know what, let me bang it on their fucking heads again, because this is why people need to learn. Like when I had those links like this right here, Mike Johnson, the Barry Goldwater links, the 64, the proper modern history, what you got today. And then Saru brought that information with that book. It all correlates what you see today. Even I was going to bring the Q Wilson, the broken window, based off the policies that they did back in the day. So, it's a combination of what I've seen over the last couple of years. And then I'm looking at this election here in Georgia, that correlates the same thing, because some people forget about that term. They misuse it a lot, and some people don't really practice it. That's my issue. They claim they want to save the family, but you're not really practicing what you're preaching, especially with them other guys over there. So that's a whole nother story. But yeah, that's the gist of the conversation. But I'm referencing back from number 2, what I saw. And it was a good replay, but I didn't want to play the rest of it. I want other people to saw. We boggled that down later on, so you know how that went. But yeah, the early part of the stream was great. It's just the nigga shit came in between that. So that one was kind of my fault as a host.
I'm gonna read you a passage. Read you some chapter 14, Two-Party South.
Okay, go ahead.
The name of the chapter is Texas, a world unto itself. Right? The example says, to an even greater extent in Florida, the gigantic oil-rich, rapidly growing state of Texas split off from the political South during the period covered by this book. The dynamic elements found in the politics of Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, all below the Mason-Dixon line, mind you, to name only a sample of the southern states, right, formerly succeeded states, had only a passing relationship to Texas politics in the 1960s and 70s. To be sure, Texas was a member of the one-party South. Who is the one-party South? These are your Southern conservative Democrats. What you would call today as a blue dog Democrat, to be nice.
Okay? If you remember back in the day, they were the Dixie Chicks.
That's facts.
Says, to be sure, Texas was a member of the one-party South. With its origins in the Civil War and racial segregation, and an important legacy to that past, remained in strong Democratic Party allegiance among the electorate. But the coalitions that formed in this highly complex state more closely related to matters that were either peculiar to Texas or could be found just as easily in other parts of the nation, as in the southern states to the east. This view of Texas's Dixie status is by no means novel. A glance at the state's demography reveals a strikingly non-Southern fact. Texas has a relatively small percentage of blacks, 12% in the 1980 census, 12.5 in 1970. Indeed, a much larger ethnic minority in Texas consists of what Mexican Americans. When V.O. Key Jr., a West Texas native, began his Texas chapter, he noted that the percentage of large numbers of Negroes in the other 10 states has in fact been influential in determining their lines of political division, and often in diverting the attention of the electorate from the non-racial issues. But Texas, he wrote, did not conform to that pattern. Why? Because Texas wanted to maintain that racial element in its politics. Yet, like other southern states, it is a one-party state because in 1860, a substantial part of its population consisted of Negro slaves. Most of its people then lived in East Texas, and the land to the west was largely undeveloped. The changes of the 9 decades have weakened the heritage of Southern traditionalism. That's why you still see the Confederate flag flying all over the place, right?
Right.
Revolutionized the economy and made Texas more Western than Eastern, even though it's in the Midwest. Made more Texas more Western than Southern. And Democratic supremacy persists, although its original basis has shrunk to minor significance. In 1940, only one Texan in 7. 1940, only one Texan in 7 was a Negro. White Texans, unlike white Mississippians, have little cause to be obsessed about the Negro. The Lone Star State is concerned about what? Money and how to make it. About oil and sulfur and gas, and about cattle and dust storms, irrigation, cotton, and banking on Mexican labor, which was used to offset the pre-existing black labor force of Texas. 3 decades ago, Texas was still, however, a one-party state, although its politics had even then a different cast, and the story of its departure from one-party status completes the regional picture. Texas's path away from solid Democratic dominance, a move that came earlier here than in any other 10 former successive states, except for the mountain Republican states, which are like your Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. The key to understanding the rise of the two-party competition in Texas at the state level is found in the fate of the remarkably successful and durable conservative Democratic faction. As long as the conservative Democrats remained dominant, they served as a check on the political growth of the Republican Party, most of whom were Negro. So what did they have to do? Well, if they couldn't win a city or a district, they would rebrand themselves as Republicans, and they carried the conservative label with them. Now, these ain't even my words. That's Alexander P. Lamas. Those ain't even my words. So when I had been saying it way back, when I was participating on BGS's Hangouts on those Saturday nights when I was saying the shit, and you would have dumb fucks, no, I'm reading you right out of the book. In districts where there was a majority Negro, what happened was those Southern conservative Democrats start rebranding themselves as Republicans, carrying the conservative ideology with them. And therefore, pander to the Negro. And then when you get the Negro vote, And just like with the Latinos and the Mexicans, isn't this why you keep hearing the same damn shit every damn election? Immigration, we gotta get INS and the ICE off our asses. Well, this is what I would say to the Latino. Tough titty. Because you all voted for that conservative shit. But they were perfectly fine rolling around in the goddamn blood money when they were being used as a population to offset Negro labor. And now you look at here, from 2016 to 2020, you had them fucking crying about not being able to be naturalized as fucking citizens after being here for years illegally, feeding like parasites off of the belly fat of America. And they did it all while
you say
smiling.
They feed like parasites.
And they did it all while smiling.
Well, we say they feed like parasites. Well, I just want to say this. We say they feed like parasites, but as we examine that very closely, that actually is not true. Looking at these figures, man, it's as far as where we have replacement numbers with our population, whites and so forth, those numbers are going down. The people who are actually filling up the ranks of the American population are Latinos and some of the Asians and others that are coming in that are going to be paying for your and my Social Security.
So, this, right? If you ever notice,
we have to look at this thing a little differently. Unfortunately, it's a terrible thing to say, but we're going to have to look at this thing. The realism of what we're looking at is uncomfortable because the facts.
Well, what it is that this is why you keep hearing that narrative of we're a nation of immigrants and we have to do something for the Latinos, because one, we do have to acknowledge the fact that they are a huge part of American population, right?
And they're paying pretty heavy, just like we have Africans coming over and others coming over as well. They're paying into it heavily. So I unfortunately I have to go
against. Have no choice.
Against the idea.
It's not that I'm against them. I'm not even necessarily against Latinos, right? What I'm saying is that really it's only been since the Trump presidency to where he made the Latinos hold their own nuts. Before that, the Latinos were getting millions and millions of dollars every year. They could literally, an illegal immigrant could go into a local immigration services office and get a loan, a grant, or what have you, for housing, for a car, for a business, for cattle.
Well, they're not getting it as much. One of the things, especially like I see here, the Latinos here in the city, what they're doing that a lot of people don't like to see, because I see it.
But it's so bad that
many of them.
What I do notice, I know where you're about to go with this, because what I do notice, and if you do notice over the last 8 years. Oh, you go ahead.
I just want to say this: many are pooling their resources. But small monies, many are pooling their resources. They are doing that, and that's giving them. We do it at a certain level, but they're pooling their resources a lot, and they're operating in some respects somewhat sophisticatedly, and it's bothering me because Black people are not watching this as close. And you can talk to people like BGS, you former boy, and these guys. Not that I don't fucks with him at all, but yet, they can see out there in LA and these places where these guys are slowly taking over neighborhoods and encroaching on a lot of different areas and moving people out with their numbers. and buying up a lot of stores and the bodega markets and these kind of things. And they're being effective. They're being effective in that. And that's something that we should we should continue to keep our eye on, and do more of that ourselves. But that's what they're doing. So I've taken a very hard look at this, and unfortunately, I have to look at it for what it is. And they're effective in how they're moving. They are effective, and they're moving effectively politically. And they use you when they can, and then they go with whites when they can, and they move. They're operating effectively. I speak Spanish fluently. I know the community quite well. I'm not trying to be Latino like some people think. Not any stretch of the imagination. It's just being intelligent to know what's going on around you, and they're effective. They are operating effectively, and we were doing that at one point, and we're not. We're getting sidetracked on a lot of craziness. The state of black politics in this country is not good, because we're not thinking, and we're not we're to a large extent, we're not moving in the direction that we need to do, because we're not organized at the level that we need to be. Now, we have some people who are very organized. Stacey Abrams and them have really come out there and registered a lot of good people and a lot of voters, and have made a devastating impact in the South. And you see the response from white folks. But now you have these ridiculous niggers running around trying to be right wing and all kind of craziness. So you have this madness going on, and this psychosis going on inside of our community, which is dangerous. Which quite frankly is dangerous.
What it is this. If you notice, in the last 8 years, you have naturalized Latinos, right? That would be what would be considered by their own community what we consider coons, right? They call them coconuts or right. And these people are inherently anti-immigration, because they see themselves literally being disproportionately affected in a negative way with every illegal immigrant that comes here from Latin America, right? And it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do necessarily with them being immigrants per se, but it has to do with the Hispanicization of America, which came with policy. Like, there was back in 2012, there was what they call the Hispanic policy agenda, right? Now, when it came to NAFTA, that happened back in the 90s, which was an extension of TPP, gave money to the Hispanic community. It's easy to maintain, right, organization where you're coming to the country and you're able to access things that people that have been raised and reared in this country are being denied of and fighting for.
Are you saying that Hispanics are taken and blacks are being denied? Is that what you're saying?
That has always been the case ever since they started allowing Latin Americans to come into this country. They were paying them to come into the country.
Latin Americans are brought into this country as a cheaper, more profitable workforce. That has always been the driving part of economics here in this country.
This is what I'm saying, right? If you have American, like the American propaganda, the American propaganda said that we are a nation of this. They preach about meritocracy. Meritocracy, best man for the best job. No, we're not. We are a nation of nepotism. We're a nation of nepotism and hyper capitalistic endeavor that the bottom line of that capitalism begins and ends at cheap labor.
Well, okay. I have a question.
And even still, even if they are a cheaper labor force, as I read in the two-party South, even if they are a cheaper labor force, them coming into that labor force are opportunities that they didn't earn and they didn't work for.
Well, let's put it like this.
They didn't fight for it. They didn't bleed for it. They weren't assassinated behind it.
Okay, well, see, I lay questions out like this here. Okay, strictly from a business perspective, I look at the many hundreds of thousands of acres that you may have out, let's say in a place like Oxnard, California, where strawberry fields, pineapples, and all these kind of things are being picked and are being harvested and are being then processed, and they meet your dinner tables or however, and you have thousands of workers out there, thousands of them, and you're looking at a very large Latino workforce that's out there. Nobody's stopping Black people from going into those areas and jumping into those farms and working.
Here's the thing, right?
And work those industrial. Hold on a second. I work those industrial farms for Bird's Eye and all these different food companies out here, and then they distribute out to the ShopRites and all these other different stores out here, all around the country. They're there in those very large numbers. Many of them are illegals, and then they come in. If you Cerulli Gray want to go there on to that farm and get a job and work in the fields for $8 an hour, all right,
that's
that's what we see a lot of these people working.
And that's the fundamental problem, right? This is what I'm saying. The problem is not them necessarily.
Not stopping it.
What I'm saying is that the problem is not necessarily the illegal immigration. The problem comes in the fact that they created their own problem, right? When they came here, they wanted to identify with the dominant position at the time, which was conservatism, which is inherently anti-Black, which is why a lot of them have the views that they do of Black people. Okay, and now what you have is, in the last 8 years, Americans have realized that this way of doing business, where just let anybody in the fucking country to get a cheaper fucking labor force, is actually costing the country costing the country more in the long run, which is unsustainable, which is why they employ organizations like INS and ICE to put the kibosh on it. And now these guys want to cry victim. And I'm going to just keep it all the way 100. The reason why motherfucking Mexicans and Latinos come to this fucking country is because they weren't shit in their own goddamn country, and they aren't hard workers, because they would be working just as hard to make of their fucking country what the great American Negro has made of this one.
It's absolutely facts.
Well, but Black people,
and I don't care how anybody feels about it. I don't even care how Latinos feel about it. Look, there's not a Latino that can challenge me on it.
I'm just going to say this. Just looking at, I'm looking at, you talk about the plutocracy and all that. That's something that you've always talked about. And when you look at the large plutocratic, big, giant, how would I call blue blood corporations that are out here, that have literally from the foundation of this country straight up to the present day, it's always been a labor issue. That's why we had you cannot talk about immigration, slavery, anything here in this country that we want to talk about. You cannot talk about it without understanding the history of the labor movement in this country. You can't talk about it. You can't talk about the plutocracy without talking about organized labor. You cannot talk about that without.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's some facts. Here's some facts. Here's some facts.
I just want to finish up, brother. Oh, let me finish up. Of which I am exceedingly knowledgeable about. All right, more than most. Let's just say that, and understanding that history.
I mean, you and I used to go back and forth on this topic ad nauseum.
And looking at all the wars, and battles that we've had in this country fighting over it, what have we seen? We've seen over the last 70 years, literally from the time of the Rooseveltian era to now, a destruction of the union movement and so forth. That was severely fought on in the late 19th century into the early 20th, with many conflagrations over this.
Those are all. Listen, that was all. Look, that was all conservative leaning people. Look, conservatives are inherently because you got to think unionization is a liberal idea.
Cerulean, let me finish making my point. I'm just saying when we look at these guys undercutting our system, okay, we see a lot of people. Who's that? I'm getting a lot of feedback in my system. I don't know why I'm getting a lot of feedback.
My headphones doing that.
But I'm saying we've seen where they've constantly brought in others. We were in here first. Latinos have come in, and they've constantly come in undercutting every group. Okay, to keep the prices down, keep the profits high. This is a big part of your plutocratic system that you speak about, and are blacks going to be undercut at certain levels? Yes, but then again, let's take a look at some of the very low-paying jobs that we have out here, people out here in the fields and this kind of stuff. There's nobody stopping us from going in there. And I had to say with President Vicente, who was the former president of Mexico, said a lot of Latinos coming to America to do the jobs that blacks are not doing, don't want to do.
Here's what, and
there is some truth to it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is where I would call bullshit on that Mexican president. It's not that blacks don't want to do it or won't do it. It's that blacks want to be paid in U.S. dollars, not in pesos. I mean, that's really
well, blacks are not going to go to Mexico. Blacks
look, a great American Negro. Listen, a great American Negro is not going to go to fucking California and work for no $7 an hour, plucking no goddamn fields, doing hard manual labor like that, and they can't even afford to live in the fucking state. Okay, that's not going to happen. A Mexican derelict who fucking comes across the fucking border might see that as a great opportunity. Why? Because fucking a goddamn US dollar is like fucking 40 pesos. He might fucking go for that shit. Why? Because, well, I mean, shit don't fucking work out. He can't. Well, he can jump back across the border and live like a fucking king off of that $8 an hour that he's fucking generated right here.
But
the great American Negro is not going to work for no $8 an hour. I'm just look, not in a place like California.
There's no doubt, but for the plutocrats, the guys out here who are definitely running a lot of these major corporations, that's a win. That's a win-win for him, because he's
Mexican president,
a lot less to get his profit.
And I would tell that Mexican president that he could eat a motherfucking dick, because if you thought the motherfuckers had a motherfucking you should start paying your fucking own people $8 an hour to do agriculture in Mexico, and maybe it wouldn't be in the fucking condition that it's in.
Hey, listen, you're not going to get any disagreement out of me. I'm just saying, I'm looking at how this system works. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the dollars and cents of this game. I'm looking at the labor movement, why that was undercut, why that's been consistently undercut since the Rooseveltian times, why we have no unions today hardly. We talk about what happened with Amazon and how this one brother tried to organize and unionize, and they came in with some changes and all that he helped to bring in, but they got rid of him, got him out of the game. and are trying to quietly recircle their game back in, but COVID and all that has put a crimp in a lot of how they have had to operate. But we've seen this labor movement is huge. It's a huge thing here in this country. It's been a huge problem, for the last 70 years. It goes on now, and Black people, we were of the biggest beneficiaries of the union movement. Because we played a huge hardcore role in helping to establish from the Pullman Porters and everything else like that.
Of the union movement,
and yet this movement has been destroyed from underneath us.
Eastern Europeans were the biggest group that benefited from union movement in the country. When the Negro began to unionize states' rights, and what happened was,
but the whole
and you're from a state like New York. You're literally from a state like New York that literally, when the Negro began to organize in New York, the state funded just to keep the fucking violence down between the Italians and the Irish and the Jews. They funded the unions.
Yeah. I mean, and then when it started going against the Italians and they started seeing, how they were getting they tried to get squeezed out. They came and organized the mafia, and they utilized that as a buttress against what was going on in the union movement. Okay, where Vanzetti and these guys got hung in the South. Okay,
see, there you go.
The Italians fucking armored up, and they came in with a fucking mafia, and then they came in, and that's how they protected their union movement. Okay, so let's if we want to.
Hey, look, I can talk about that. Look, we can talk about that. Like that'll be have to be like another 8 to 12 hour stream on its own. Like we get into just the labor part.
At the end of the day,
yeah,
that's what they did to secure their labor movement. They used straight out gangster fucking crime and took a piece of the action. Okay, all right, and they were very successful. Okay, but now with respect, plus we got undercut and moved out to a large extent. The union movement was a very powerful movement for us, and we played a huge role in that. Literally, I mean, a huge role. Plessy versus Ferguson. The 1890 Separate Car Act. That led into the 1896 the decision and all that heavy duty shit that went on. Which
was followed by 10 years after the 1891 Immigration Act. You had the 1901 that brought in even more Irish, when the more Irish, and they thought they had reinforcements. And so let's try to use some institutions in order to give these people jobs. Oh, but they didn't want to be considered white. They wanted to keep their Irish identity, their Italian identity, German identity, whatever.
I mean, listen, all groups, I mean, remember, Black people for a period there, during slavery, the Irish were perceived as an expendable group, where Blacks at least were worth something. So, they had you do the less dangerous jobs. I mean, when we get into this shit is deep, and I could write a fucking dissertation on this shit. But when I'm looking at what's truly going on, you have to look at the dollars and cents of what's going on in this game, and it's a difficult picture, and it does wrap around the political angle, and that's what bothers me about some of these Black guys, especially here in this space, talking about, I'm down with the conservative, all that. But yet, going against the union movement, they call themselves conservative.
Yeah.
Okay, but yet these guys, I was a union guy, and I was this.
Here's the funniest part about it. The funniest part about it. They call themselves conservatives, right?
It's just crazy.
They're crying about child support, though.
Yeah.
Guys call themselves conservatives, but yet they call themselves union members. And I mean, these guys have tried to destroy your whole movement because of seeing
diametrically opposed to unionizing, right? That's why I say, like, that's a whole nother, that's like a whole nother 8 to 12 hour live stream on its own. Like, this is about conservatism has always been anti-union, you know?
Yeah.
It was about destroying the unions. Where do you think this came from? This whole thing, I mean, they went into full power overdrive.
But don't you find it funny when it was democratically controlled? Don't you find it funny when it was democratically controlled New York that brought in the unions, right? They didn't have, and yet you still had wars between Italians, Irish, and what have you, just going like blood running in the street. They didn't have a problem with democratically controlled New York.
Well, the big thing, those ethnic groups were trying to control. They were trying to control that organized labor. That's what they were trying. It was ethnic. It was an ethnic fight about controlling that labor game, and the Italians won. They were more violent and better organized.
But yeah, look, we could go on and on about this. I feel my medicine actually kicking in.
Oh, okay.
Magnets on my eyelids start growing. But it's always a pleasure. Nagone, as always, staying.
My brother Cerulean. All right, guys.
Appreciate you, fellas.
Salute to the nation and long live the Black community.
All right, salute.
Obadiah, man, thanks for inviting me up, brother. Thanks for inviting me.
Not a problem. Interesting discussion.
I really, it's this shit is deep, man. You know, when we talk about this, you cannot talk about any of this stuff without understanding organized labor, the labor movement, and what that meant in this country, literally from the mid 19th century, after slavery, okay, straight up to present day, and the destruction of the union movement, where now, most jobs were 80% unionized. Now you've got maybe about 15 to 20% of a union movement here in this country, and that's not by an accident. There's reasons for that, and we utilizing other ethnic groups and so forth as buttresses against others to play into this game. And what Brother Cerulean always talked about was the plutocrats and the plutocracy. You can't talk about the plutocracy without talking about organized labor. You can't do it, because their whole job was to destroy that, to make sure that this, to make sure that the profits were greater, and wars were fought over this. Many battles were fought over this here in this country, but things were very violent. White people were killed, black people were killed. Nobody talks about the general strike of 1892 in New Orleans, where it was a movement where black and white workers joined together, and based on that, the plutocracy saw that as such a threat. They pushed a lot of this racialized, separate game, and that they had to separate people, so you couldn't do that and put the guns to their heads. So they separated that with race. A lot of that was played after. I mean, so a lot of people have not seen this thing clearly. They haven't studied the history. They haven't studied the facts of what is going on. And then you bring the Latino piece and all that stuff else in there, and then it starts to make a lot more sense. But you have to understand how this works. You have to read it. You have to study these incidents. Most people don't know about the general strike of 92, 91. They don't have any idea about this. No idea what that meant, and how and what effect that had on, and how the plutocrats played into that, which shaped everything that came after that, literally from Plessy versus Ferguson straight up to where we are to this day. But nobody talks about it. Nobody studies. Nobody reads this stuff. But this is what's affecting us. This is how you have to. And I've lost a little interest in the space, because I don't see people reading. I don't see people studying anything. People don't. They have not studied their nation. They haven't understood these key events that have gone on that have shaped this. And then you have these people talking crazy, talking insane, No idea what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm supposed to sit here and argue with these people?
Yeah, it's crazy. And what I try to do with this channel, I can show you information, research it, and then I use books. That's what my channel was basically on when I made a turn with this one. The political aspect of what y'all just said, it confirms that there's a lot of work to do, but you got to understand, if you want to able to study to understand, you got to look at the history thoroughly. And that's what I try to do. I try not to go in too deep. I just want you to understand, do the research for yourself, and critique me on that, and I can critique others. But when I see these debates over at X, I understand these dudes are so obsessed with being misled. And I understand why. It's like a coping mechanism. It's like a religion, you can't break them out of it, and that's why they don't want to learn this stuff. Yeah.
A lot of these guys, some of them are learning disabled. I understand. But at another level, you have another group of guys that they're very angry about, child support and these other things that have hit. They're angry that they feel this black woman is out of control, and that's their game, and that's really what they're talking about, and that's the crux of their issue. But they're not going to organize. Most of them don't vote. Most of them are not even registered voters. But they talk about politics and they got no skin in the game whatsoever. But they're sitting in here, come on these live streams and talk crazy and scream at folks and start acting insane, and you're not going anywhere with that. You're just not going anywhere.
Yeah,
and,
at least I vote.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you're looking at.
Yeah,
civics. Most people don't understand civics. They don't look at the history, and you don't have to have a PhD. You don't have to have a college degree to understand this stuff.
It's basically common sense research. Like most political philosophies, what I did on every string with conservatism first, liberalism, I went into libertarianism in its proper form on both pros and cons on that. Then I went into the political systems like totalitarianism and anarchy, where these kids are getting their information on the streets and what affecting us. I had to go to the countries to study, to see that. I ain't saying I've traveled the countries. I've studied, like, not just online in books, but they're telling me the same answers. And then they look at us like we got the information of what's what. But the military aspect, like you got guys like Cerulli and others, and Dre always said, it's always about certain things. Plutarch, like you said, you got to look at the logistics of the things on the ground. And I'm saying the same thing here in Georgia. And I'm seeing there's some changes, but you got dudes that's like the SKCs in the world, do the same shit, spew this rhetoric here, and they say it out loud. The difference is they're online as their media, because YouTube's trying to kill that, but they can't stop all of it, but they can stop the ones that's, chronic. You know what I mean? That's why the Master, to me, is over, because once they had that magazine and the Obsidians behind, try to act like he's gonna be on the cover. No, that's your ass paints you as a terrorist now, because you think like the right wing white boys that have been co-opted. No, they're gonna get painted too. They just don't realize that they don't want none of it. They're taking everybody down. So anybody with that thought, you got to do the research. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm saving people because I lean towards the right." No, do you vote? You're not really that conservative. You're not helping people. You know what I mean? Because some conservatives do help people, unlike liberals. That's just a whole nother, spiel on them.
Most of these guys, they don't understand what conservative policy is. They have no idea.
Right.
But they say, but what they say is, I'm culturally conservative. What is that?
Yeah.
Explain to me what that cultural conservatism is, and they can't really tell you that either. Oh well, I'm all about family values, and I'm all. What is that conservative? You know what I mean? I mean, it's just, it's disturbing. It's disturbing.
Yeah.
But I understand some of these guys have gone so far into the hole with this, they can't get out. So if they try to come out and try to make other moves, they start feeling crazy. So they have to double down on the madness, and so therefore you're not going to have a conversation with them. It's going to be a screaming match, and you're left. You see a whole lot of screaming and guys sounding.
Calling you a commie and stuff. Like, I know I ain't gonna get it through them. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Yeah,
and they call you a communist. That's white lingo for calling you a nigger, and you know, a nigger, but a nigger, and that's where these, you know, and that's, you know, it's another buzzword, and that's what these guys are picking up, but don't even understand what they're saying. But I'm not going to sit back here and have, you know, a lot of conversations with unstudied, ignorant people. You know, but you know, that's it. Long story short, you cannot talk about any of this stuff. We're going to talk about, you know, labor or any of this. You can't talk about this without studying the labor, without understanding the labor movement. Literally, the battles that came down from it, and where we're left at this today. Why are there less unions today than there were 70 years ago? Why is that? And that's a question you have to ask yourself as to why is that? Why did that happen? And you know, if people can't start to think through some of this, you can't really have a productive conversation on that.
Right.
And I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, I'm Saroba, I'm gonna pop off, man. It's getting late. I gotta get.
All right. Yeah, I'm about to shut this down. Appreciate you for coming, man.
Man, listen, this is a great conversation you guys had. You know, we don't have a lot of people listening in, but this is the kind of stuff.
I had a lot earlier. They was listening on the old video I played, and then it's up and down. So it made some good numbers. I'm not worried about it. I get mine off the playback. So where I watch it again and see who participated, I'll be like, all right, I'm doing something right.
All right. Well, I'd like to jump back on more on some more of your panels, because you know, this kind of stuff is productive. You know, I got great love for Brother Cerulean. He's on top of his game as well. In YouTube. So you guys are doing God's work. You guys are doing God's work. Yeah. Great stuff, Sharable. So Abu Dayu, great work. All right. And thank you. And thank you for inviting me up here. Right?
Not a problem. Anytime.
Have a great night.
All right, you too. Okay, folks. Appreciate it, Shar. Yeah, it was a good stream. Yeah, this is what I covered. It's 5 hours. Great productive conversation. We lay down what conservatism is, and shouts out to Nagona 11 and the great esteemed Cerulean Gray himself. Oh hell, Gray Skull in the building. Like I said, this is the start of 2022. This is my final topic of conservatism. This is it. This is done. That is it. I will talk about anarchism tomorrow. Break down some of the stuff in our research. May open up the panel and things like that in the chat room, like, you know, things like that. But, you know, I'll see. But I'm not going to be off kilter with it. So, yeah. But Thursday, I'll be streaming Thursday. It's going to be a little different. So, I'm going to rearrange some things. So, with that, I want to say peace and everybody. And shalom. I'm going to say, oh, hell, Gray Skull. And I'm out.